Hey, welcome. I think the first message on YouTube never shows up as well. I've noticed. Or have I got? Oh no, I've just got overlays hidden as well. That's right. There we go. I was screenshotting pictures for repairs using the cameras, and I just hide the overlays and then forgot to show them again. Alright, is that everything? We're good on YouTube. We're good on TikTok. Twitch, I believe, is always fine. It never has a problem. Yep, there we go. Anything else? I think that's it. I think we've got everything going. Oh, Facebook. I always forget Facebook. There we go. Although there's rarely any comments on Facebook. Is that the right mic? I've swapped back to, at the minute, this mic. I presume so that'll have made a nice pop sound. Just because when I'm streaming between the other platforms, well, some people preferred the other mic. Like, some people prefer this mic. It's a bit more natural, I guess, like atmospheric. But the main issue with the other one was not being able to mute it. So when I'm moving about or I need to quickly mute the mic for phone calls, there's no mute button on the other one. So I have to go into OBS, mute it that way, go into TikTok, mute that one. It's a bit of a pain for the muting situation until I figure out a better way to hardware mute mics with a little bit of software, basically. But to be honest, most people preferred this anyway. When I switched over, even though it was a lot clearer, there was no atmosphere to it. It was a very kind of flat sound. Right, I've got ridiculous amounts to try and do. So I'll probably try and crack straight on. We've got 2 Game Boys at the minute. This customer, I believe, has donated, well, gifted effectively an extra £40, which is appreciated, to look at this, and I'm going to stream it anyway. This one is just another Game Boy, so I figured I'll never do Game Boys, let's do some. Let's tackle this one first, I guess. And I haven't, other than opening them up and reading the notes quickly to see if there's anything I can, I don't want to show off on camera, sort of thing, like customers' names and details. That's why I open the notes first, so I know where to kind of show off. So this one is basically brought it modded. For a while it was flawless, however, games have stopped working, white screen, flashing screen, failed boots, etc. They've since purchased, I think, if I'm thinking of the right customer, they purchased 2 other consoles. I think they were send-ins. They might be ready-made, but either way, they've also brought a Game Boy original and something else. So let's take a look at this first. Like I said, I never really work on Game Boys just because, famous last words when I always stream, they're too easy to work on. Usually there's not much left about them I don't know, so generally wouldn't make good content. But when I say that, I always come across things I've never seen before and always struggle to fix. So let's just start by seeing if this works. You watch, this will just work. It says it doesn't load and gets white screen and stuff. Now, one of the problems for that can be, quite simply, bad battery contact. So I hope it isn't that for this one, but again, this is why these can make, like I say, very oh, it's got a easy flash in already. It doesn't make usually for great videos because they're usually fairly easy to figure out, but we'll see. And to be honest, if they're using the flash, it might just be bad flash card. So they've got nothing loaded. I always forget how to use these. It's got to be Pokemon. These Easy Flash Airs. They've stopped making the Easy Flash Omegas. Pokemon, where are we? Hey, welcome in, guys. Pokemon Aura Mew distribution. That is definitely non-official. Let's have a go with that. Right to Null clean, right to Null add-on. Let's go to Null. So that's the only downside with these Easy Flash Airs. Not really a downside, but you have to load the games in and it takes a few seconds. Let me just double check what the notes were. So, games have stopped working. You get white screens, flashing screens, failed boots, and the console reset. So it could be the fuse. There we go. Is that gone and failed? Yeah, cool. So at least we've got, just about to say we're not going to get the problem repeating itself. So that's failed on there. The problem is I don't even have a Game Boy to test with. I'm going to have to get mine again. I don't think we've got a GBA anywhere. Because our test one died. Oh, there we go. We've got maybe one. So we have, this is just a stock one we brought, not bad condition to be honest, I like the shell. Let's chuck some batteries in and let's see if the flash cart is okay or not first. That's the kind of first test. And of course, they won't work unless you mix a Kodak with a Duracell. That's the official rules of retro gaming. So now what I'm doing here is just seeing if the flash cart's the issue or the customer's console. So always start with trying to find the problem and replicate it first, because if it turns out to just be the flash cart, then it's not the Game Boy. So this has got the same potential issue on here. I don't think you'll be able to get my GBA. I could, depends how bad it is. You could always swap the CPU and still get it working. Yeah, so this might be a flash card. So let me grab, oh, it could even be the SD card. Let me grab another easy flash here. So, next one, grab a fresh one. And it's probably got all of the stock games on as well. So, we will have whatever's on this, we'll just load in. And then if this works, we'll put the customer's SD card in. Basically, process of elimination. Good start. The SD card from the factories, as expected, or shockingly bad. This is why when you buy off us, you don't get this SD card. This will be more than likely a fake SanDisk. We never trust the ones that come. See how it's got paint on? So I used to sell these years ago, like 7 years ago. And check out, painted edge. So that, obviously these are painted anyway by SanDisk, but that is a inkjet printer or a cheap UV printer over the top. To be honest, we could probably scrape this off. AGS 101 screen, can't get it working with. Is it the other one we've got coming up? This one. Let's see. Yes, it is. This is yours here. So we shall see. I'll be able to hopefully get it working. We'll soon find out. So let's see under here. These lovely SanDisk. I mean, you can also tell by the depth of the SanDisk that isn't it. Let's see what it really is. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, UV printed that is. Yeah, started already deciding to find out what this fake card is. Yeah, they've blitzed off whatever was underneath and just UV printed on top. But I can guarantee that is a no brand cheap shite card that they've just put a sticker on. Anything under here, telltale sign? Nothing under there. So yeah, either way, fake Chinese goodness. So let's get rid of that. Clean up my desk a second. Oh, it definitely is. It's I did ask the factory as well to put genuine cards in and preload them for us with the games that we have. But they told us, like, trying to source genuine, say, SanDisk brands in China, even if they wanted to. They said, honestly, they couldn't even guarantee they'd be real if they were sold real ones, so they recommended we just buy them. So what we do is just buy SanDisk directly off Amazon, and then whenever we sell the Easy Flash, we put our own in. So there's customers. I don't know whether they... Doesn't look like they've had it off us, because this looks like exactly the same fakeness. So I'm going to guess, to be honest, it's probably going to be a problem. Let's put the customer's original working SD card, even though this is also fake, I can tell. This is what's come with the the easy flashes, like if you buy them anywhere, that's what comes with them. If you buy them off us, we put a new SD card in, so I should be able to show you some genuine ones. But my guess is going to be, yeah, that's lost it off the Nora as well. That was on there. I'm just going to guess it's going to be an SD card issue in this case. And to be honest, one of the good brands was, oh, I can't even remember it now. It wasn't Amazon. It wasn't SanDisk. There was a make of SD card I found. But what you'll tend to find is you'll get brands that work while on, say, a Dreamcast GDEMU, and then you'll get other brands that don't work on it, but that other brand works on like X stations, stuff like that. Oh yeah, of course, yeah, SanDisk Evo X, that's the other one. That's the, between them three, you normally find one of them will work. So either, there we go. So that would indicate, I still think, all I've done is, this is the customers. I've put the customer's SD card in a new Easy Flash. But I don't trust that SD card at all. So I'm guessing now, if we put this in here, I think it's, I think his issue is entirely related to the SD card. And what we can just do is play normal games. A quick way around this is to play some normal games. Yes, that's now loading. So it's going to be, it's not going to be a problem with the console. It's going to be this and this. Well, not even this. This is fine. So flash disk, Easy Flash is fine. Let's make a decent SD card. So this is the fake one. And let's get a genuine. Do I have a 64 gig is the question. Well, you don't need 64 gig anyway, but 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte. Ah, no, this is the other make I use, Gigastone. I don't know if you can hear me over there, but I'll get a SanDisk to show you. But I knew there was something else. This is the make I use for the Game Boys. This is how you know you'll have it off us. So that's, oh no it isn't. I've picked up the wrong one. Oh, it's 64 gig. I meant to have picked up, I saw Gigastone and then managed to pick up another random one somehow. I've got one left, that's right. So this is what I usually use. Gigastone. These are surprisingly good. So that'll fit every GBA game ever made on. Then you've got, that's a fake SanDisk. That is a real SanDisk. And then this is a real SanDisk, how they come. So you'll get them packaged like this, but you can see already they do vary in, so see how the colours are different. I know these two are genuine because I brought them both directly off SanDisk. So let's open this 1 terabyte so you can see. So the colours don't always match, but you should be able to tell primarily if you look at these. And in fact, is it just as simple as flipping over? So unbranded, plastic, real. And then you'll probably tell, because that's the other thing, you sometimes like printed on the side. In fact, that might be, no, there's real. So yeah, the printing on the side is not a telltale as such because they still silkscreen print them. But the plastic, I'd say the plastic is the most obvious thing there, and the brightness, but they are a good clone. Right, yeah, there's a they're a damn good clone, even though like the line doesn't quite line up. If you line the top up, there's a slight difference, but again, that might be on the production line. But it's funny how you've got two valid on the right that I know are valid because, like I say, I brought them straight from Amazon from SanDisk, and yet they look different. But that's basically how they print them. It's just a UV printer. But you can see, at least if I line them two up from the top, they seem to line up. That one's significantly lower. So I don't know why I'm even doing that, but that's how hard it is to prove or to see fakes, basically. So this one is a fake, these two are genuine, and yet the colours are totally different. So that's why I go to like Gigastone and Amazon. Same thing with Flux. And this thing's like, what, £200 for this little piece. Oh yeah, SanDisk do have the app for testing as well, which is not a bad idea. But it's the same idea with, like, say, the fluxes, like Amtex. Because it's so cloned, I don't bother buying it. That's why I went to that Stiri flux before I went back to the... I'll put the wrong card back in. I need that one. Before I went back to Solder King, I originally used Stiri because it wasn't as cloned as Amtech, so it was just easier to source en masse. So what we're going to do is plug this thing in to the Mac, and let's get a fresh card set up with all the games on. It's not going to have that funky Mu distribution, unfortunately, but we will have all the official games. Yeah, we could plug it into a software as well. You watch, the software won't work on Mac. I'll have to run it through Parallels if so, though. Right, and so I need to... I've actually wrote my own software to copy the games over. So would you believe, going from Windows to Mac, no surprise to most people, but even simple things like copying files doesn't work right on Mac. So I have my own little software here, and I could literally show you this working, or even the reason for it. So, oh, wrong screen. If I go to, this is the drive, so we'll just quickly erase it to FAT, which is FAT32. And that's that gone. The fake SD card, one of them works, one of them doesn't. But the problem is they're going to be working, then not working is the biggest problem. Valley drive, yeah, we can try that after. Right, so that's formatted flat. Now if I get the games to copy, let me probably move that over in case I show anything off on my network I don't want to show. Right, there we go. Let's go back to my perfectly legal collection of games. We have GBA Easy Flash Omega. So this is the dump for everything. Now, if I was to copy and paste this on Mac, this is... where's my application gone? There we go. Oh no, I want the folder. So if I was to go to the drive here and press paste, Mac starts its lovely I'm going to copy files over thing. And with not much info, it'll start about 4 days, about 5 days. You can see it's doing what, 10 files a second, maybe 20. It takes, I've done it, it takes hours and hours and hours. Cancel that, do the exact same thing. So I'm going to go in here, it's already set up there. I'm going to scan and use my little tool that I made. And now, instead of taking hours, there you go, it's already copied nearly 1,000 files. So something I should not have had to have made. I've just literally whipped this up in Avalonia in about an hour and a half. You can see it just flying through the files there, and then a little graph and stuff. But the fact I've had to write an app to copy files on Mac is insane. But yeah, this will now be done in the ETA will go down. It's like, I think it's 15 minutes this will take now instead of 7 days. But just ridiculous that you have to do stuff like that on Mac. So while that copies, let's just quickly service the console. So let's make use of this time. I can hear Rusty barking. We'll have to try that. So it was Valley Drive, was it? We'll try that in a second. So to get into this, it's got the older LiPo Clean Juice, which has now been replaced with the Clean Juice AA. And then we have all posies. Oh yeah, we all know what the main thing in uni was. Definitely piracy. Yeah, it's done 5,000 of those 12,000 files already using my little app. So we're in here. Oh yeah, I know that's what you mean. I'm on about the fact that we definitely it was the good old days of the 90s where piracy was just a thing you did. You just go out and buy stuff and get copied CDs and everything. It was just normal. It's part of the fun, to be honest. But they were never as good as originals. Right, so in here we've got clean screen, which is good to see. I'm just, oh, it looks like it's already been serviced maybe. Yeah, it's got a resettable fuse on. Yep. And that's been pushed down already, so I'm pretty sure this looks like it's been fully serviced. It probably doesn't need that, it's just going to be the flash cart. But let's just, this is how you service these, by the way. Warm up that side. I'll probably just lift that up, it's easier. There we go. Yeah, because it's been serviced, it's been pushed down. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine inside, but warm that bit up, grab hold of that side, warm that bit, gently take this off. Yeah, spotless, nice and clean. So there's nothing wrong with the power circuit or the fuse or the clean juice, so it looks like a pretty good specimen for a GBA. So it's just going to be that SD card, I can guarantee you. Let's get this back on. And then knock that side down. Knock that side down. And what you do for flattening this, see how it's got a line down here? This metal then pushes the switch down. What I've done is you get this tool, so you know your game bit driver, your big flat end. You get that in, push on firmly. So probably maybe show it better on this and zoom in, if it'll zoom in that far. So a bit blurry, but you basically put the flat of this, any basically piece of metal that's flat, push it on, say slide the switch to the right, so over there, you push it on there and rub down, so it creases that side, then you slide the switch over to the other side, otherwise the switch is in the way, and then crease the metal that side. And that's how you get that divot, and then it's a nice firm switch making good contact. So that's how that will have been done, and it might even have been done by me, because it's got a clean power switch, it's got a new fuse, it's got this indent that pretty much only me and Zach do. Well, probably now, to be honest, way more people do, but this is on the wiki. This is one of the very old guides I wrote ages ago. But I reckon this has maybe been with us once before. Although it's had a dehum kit on, because that's been reflowed. They're the two solder points for the dehum. This is a solder point for a dehum, and it's had the thing on there. So at some point it's had a clean amp, which it actually still has the clean amp and it hasn't got a dehum. This needs a dehum going on, so we'll probably fit that. See if I can find one. There we go. So I'm guessing maybe, just maybe, the customer removed it because he was having issues or something. So let's get this flat down and let's zoom in. I might do this under the scope actually, just so we can make it nice and clean. Turn that on, that on, that on. Go to the scope. And I know people struggle with this. This is the perfect example for you of how to do this. So if you hadn't already, where's my tweezers gone? Yeah, I've seen all the chat about music. I'm like, yep, leave them all to it. So you'd pre-tin these two caps, but they already are at the minute. And then you would align this down here. This is where I'd start with. And the goal is you want to get, this is the one you'll struggle with, this pad here. You want to get as close to that as possible. But in order to do that, you melt the solder on this cap. So I'm going to pre-tin the big pad, like so. And then you hover it over this cap, warm the solder up on the cap and push that in. And now see, I've pushed it right up close to there. So that's what you want to do. You have to kind of solder this in place and push it up at the same time. And then once you've done that, you can now pre-tin this pad. And then in a similar fashion, you want to warm up that solder and push down on the board to get it below it. And now you can bridge it with solder. So mainly aim your soldering iron on this big side. You don't need to touch on the cap, otherwise you'll take the cap off. So solder that side, drag over, and then you push down like so. It's a bit tricky, and then you can see I also touch this pin here, but don't worry about touching solder on these pins. This is probably why this has been knocked off at some point. Just put some flux on, touch back over the pins, just make sure they're good. Clean that little cap up while we're here. There we go. So that's the hard part of the dehum for people. And then this bit is an anchor point. So if you don't have this cap on certain revisions, don't worry about it. Just blob solder on and tack it down if you want. This just keeps the board physically in place a bit. And then if we go down, this one is, zoom out a little bit now. This one is another one people struggle with. What you want to do again, before you solder down, you want to put solder onto this pad underneath the battery spring. So you put solder on, and see how this is already almost sticking, that ball, because it's obviously already been soldered to. You want to leave the iron on and rub around until it sticks like that. So this has already been done, that's why it's stuck so easy. But don't go putting the dehum kit down first until you've got solder to stick to that pad, basically. And then same again, pre-tin this, push down, and you want a nice big blob of solder on here. I should have probably showed you the audio with and without the dehum, but never mind. It will have needed dehum for sure. There we go. So that's that one on there, and the last one goes to the capacitor. So pre-tin, same again, push down and blob solder. So it's a little bit tricky for people getting used to soldering, but the key is pre-tinning the pins. That's better, and just pushing down the board so it's flat. So that's a dehum on. So now we have that installed. So that's all good. So we'll build this back up, and then that card should have finished by then. So everything's still in. I don't think there's anything else to do on this one. I'm confident this is not going to be a problem with this board. It's going to be that SD card, I'm sure of it. So let's get this thing built back up. I think as well the dehum was invented, I reckon I did that probably 5 years ago maybe now. I could improve the PCB design of that dehum to be an easier install. It's just one of them things I've never gone back to reinvent. There's not really been any need as such. It's just an improvement that could be made but doesn't necessarily have to be made. And then tip the screws out first, otherwise you can struggle to get the shell back on. Yep, all good. And now screw back in. I'm sure I saw one screw still left in somewhere then. Has it fell out since? Oops. that, and then clean juice back in. Well, it's been a while since I've installed a clean juice lipo. Go that way and just down, isn't it? There we go. I'm that used to the AA one now, I can not remember how to do the other. Right, so that's all built back up. Let me get that other software. We've got 2 minutes left on that copy. Let me get that other software. What was it called? Valley Drive, was it? I forgot already. I think it was Valley Drive, wasn't it? Yeah, Valley Drive. Is that just validating size though, or? Oh, where's that gone? PC overlay, there we go. So, I presume this is it. I've got a feeling this just checks the file size, which isn't, that's not really necessarily going to show the problem, because they're not necessarily always just the wrong size. It's a big part of it, but file size, you know, storage size, it's not going to show that up in this drive, or at least for this instance anyway. We've got now on this 1 minute left because it's blitzed through that. So let's just give this a minute, and then this should fully work hopefully for the customer. I mean, I can probably just update this software as well to detect headers and information and research on how you detect certain characteristics of cards and stuff, and I bet I could write a kind of, especially with having real and fake cards to prove it, I could actually probably bake that into this software. If anybody wants a good guitar as well, I've got a guitar, can't tell you what it is, worth about £5 grand. Brand new, covered in dust. I brought one for a friend who used to work for me, so I brought him a Les Paul, like a genuine one, about 10 grand, and then I brought myself a cheaper version because I was like, oh, I'll get into it, and I played it for half an hour, being left-handed, and I was like, how the hell do people play this? It's probably a Gibson, yeah. It's I don't know that I took a photo on my phone of it covered in dust recently because I was like, oh, it's been under the desk, I forgot I even had that. Let me just move. My phone's, there's nothing to hide on my phone, like, but my phone's just full of rusty pictures everywhere. That's his little squirrel basket. So he has I brought him a basket full of squirrels, and he's meant to take the little squirrels out and bring them in one at a time, but now he's decided if he brings the full squirrel in, like the full bag of them, he gets more. So let me bring that out of the way while I just look for, I shouldn't have enabled Stage Manager on Mac. It's a pain. Let me see if I can find a photo. In fact, you can usually type guitar, can't you? You're going to go mad when you see the dust on it though. You'll be like, what have you done? No, guitar didn't work. So searching for guitar didn't work. Is this side quest number 2 now? Let me just scroll down because it wasn't that long ago. I could always go fetch it. It's sat by my treadmill. I just stare at it every morning covered in dust. So when would it have been? There's my coffee cup. Rust. I'm going to get distracted by rusty pictures now. You're just going to end up being a rusty slideshow in a minute. I'm sure I took a photo of it. Because it was debated whether we chuck it or not. Like when I was cleaning stuff up and then I photographed it, searched it all quickly. I was like, oh no, it's not a cheap guitar. Because I did buy a few cheap ones as well. I know the look of it as well. I could probably find a picture and give you an idea if not. But if anybody wants it, like I say, just drop me a message or Discord or something and I can take a look. See what we can work out. Right, here's a bunch of games I sold. It'd be around this time, I would have thought. Card, finish writing. Yes, it has. I forgot that bit was on that screen. Food, rusty, and work is all my phone is full of. I swear I took a photo of it, cause unless I just looked at it and Googled it while I was stood there, but I could have sworn I took a photo. No, can't find it. We'll be here all day. So the only other thing then is, let me, Gibson guitars. Oh, top result, Les Paul. Yeah, it's definitely a Les Paul. Probably, I can probably tell you off the pictures. You can see that side going. There we go. It looks just like this thing. Looks pretty much like that. So I'd say, and it's brand new with the tags on and everything. It's literally still got the tags on. It looks just like this thing. Like, I'd say it's that, at a guess. Les Paul standards, but most of them probably look like that. It's like not that one. It's definitely not. It is definitely like, it's not that. I'd say it looks like that. But when I looked it up, it was like £6,000. So maybe it's not that specific one, I don't know, or maybe the prices fluctuate, but the cheapest you could find to buy it, I think, was 4,000 at the time. But either way, it's sitting there, like I say, gathering dust. I think it is limited edition. But I'll find out anyway. Maybe it's not, and maybe I just found the wrong picture looking. If it's that one, then you're going to get a right bargain. But I'll have a look, see if I can find it. Right then, side quest number 2. I'll go grab it if you want. Take me 2 seconds. Let me just go grab it. So when you're looking at something worth money, the first thing you see, it says standard. It's never a good sign. So, can we get... Yeah, so when I say it's dusty, I mean it's dusty. So, it's a Standard Pro. I can zoom out on this thing. So probably the expensive one was the one I brought for my friend. And this one is... Told you it looked like that. All standard, absolutely covered in dust. But you can see the back where it's not covered in dust. And lifetime guarantee, Grover World's Finest Heads. So I don't know, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not a player whatsoever. You can even see the stand has dust on. So, but yeah, I just forgot all about it. I was clearing up some stuff and then just got that left. So if anybody wants it, I can clean it up. I presume it might have the odd scuff on, maybe from just being left in the storage and moved around and things. I doubt it's going to be pristine, but it's never been played bar 5 minutes. Serial number is 150615 07169. Right, so the disc has finished copying. Let's see now if this fixes, which I presume it will. Where's the customer's one gone? Oh, I've put the other one away. So this is the customer. So now the only change here from the customer's SD card and console is we've chucked a Dion kit on, which wouldn't have made a difference. But we now have a genuine flash card. Oh. That is me not installing that right. I told you I hadn't installed these in a while, so see how that's flapping around? This is because how you normally install the LiPo versions is you're meant to install it this way first, push in, and then go down. That's why. That's what I originally thought might have been the issue with the console when the customer mentioned it kind of flickers on and off and stuff. It can be the seating issue with these, and that's what I've just done, reinstalling it. So 2015. Ah yeah, so still not bad. So if anybody wants it, 500 then, if you say 500 to 700, if that gives you enough to make something off, just anyone can drop me a message. Otherwise I'll just polish it up and put it as a backdrop in here. Right, so that now has still got the old Pokemon in RAM, obviously. So let's load a different game now and check this actually loads. And funnily enough, train stuff, I've had so many people ask me about train stuff. Like, there's not a big hardware scene for the parts, I believe. Like, as in, there is in one way, but mainly because they're incredibly expensive. You know, like the little railway tracks, and you have all the little LEDs that come on, and the bridge gates and stuff. There's like a big market there for making, you know, little bits of custom hardware. Because say just a simple relay that does the little toggle switch on the rails, that can be some mega money. They sell for stupid money and they're very easy to remake. Let's try. Is that why you said train? Because you didn't actually mean train. One from replica train controls for train sim. Yeah, I mean the physical trains, they're like the scaled down replicas, basically. Hey, the horny trains are not too bad either. I've always wanted to go on the Orient Express. Still never have, but I love proper trains, like the old school trains. I just sit and go on them all day, just chill. Yeah, just let me know with the guitar, like I say, it's sitting here. Just presume it may have, like say, a few scuffs. What I can do is clean it up, you genuinely can't tell through the dirt. I'll give it to clean and polish and then send you some photos if you wanted, or I'll chuck them on Discord somewhere and in banter maybe, and just say, for those interested. It doesn't look like there's any scuffs on the front or back, but like I said, there's that much dust. I'm going to guess there's going to be the odd scuff somewhere, so I'll do a clean up and photos when I get time. Right, let's try this now. And if this loads, there we go. We'll play that. We'll play some of this. And then I'm going to pretty much guarantee that's the customer's issue, is going to be that card. This is one currently playing on my Game Boy. Carpet on fire. I remember the old Scale Electrics. I used to love Scale Electrics, but then you get the smell of burn when you're just revving them permanent and they're flying off the tracks and everything. You always used to think they were going to set on fire. Your name, Raddan, Rusty. This won't actually save at the minute because the customer doesn't have the little battery in. Start. Oh, don't tell me start button doesn't work. Oh, it does. Start takes you to the OK. Yes, definitely Rusty. It's just Pokemon Emerald. We're giving it a quick test. We'll move around, make sure it plays. But the issue on this one has not been the console. It's definitely going to have been this SD card. Scalextric still exists? I'd hope so, but yeah, that was when I was a kid, so maybe it doesn't. Whack the customer card in the valid drive and it will let you know if it's fake. It will be somewhere in my bin now, that one. I've got the genuine one. I've got another fake though that come out there, like exactly the same as the customers. This come out of another Easy Flash. We can chuck that in. Let's load that up. I don't know if the Valley Drive works on Mac, like I say. I'll have to quickly look it up. I know what I forgot as well. I haven't even been looking at TikTok. Oh, we've been the usual. I haven't looked at TikTok. Open it up. You've been banned every time. Keep engaging with your live for non-interactive streams may result in non-interactive. You keep banning me, stupid TikTok. So I've only just forgotten, looked, and there's actually quite a few comments on there. How's Tricks? Yeah, apologies, that was ages ago. Afternoon, people. I totally forgot TikTok was open in the background, I must admit. Just look at the current price of memory cards, and the memory's gone through. Oh yeah, don't tell me that, because I have to buy 1 terabyte and 4 terabyte cards all the time for doing these mods. You're so freaking smart, thanks very much. I love watching your repairs. I don't know the times, it doesn't tell you on TikTok either. The times when messages were sent, but apologies for not noticing people on TikTok today. Then pick up a solder iron, I'm all over the place. Making it look so easy. Yeah, to be honest, the Deom is quite difficult to install for a first install, that's for sure. Is the plastic of the console modded? Yeah, this is ours. So you see how it says for Nintendo there? This is a homage to me being sued by Nintendo. So we used to have Retro 6 written in here. My original grey shell that I made, we put Retro 6 in here. And then, which way around did I do it? I can't remember whether I put for Nintendo first or Retro 6. I'm pretty sure I did Retro 6 first. And then people didn't know us when I started the company. So they complained, like, oh, I want branding. So we couldn't put Nintendo in because I got sued by Nintendo. So I put for Nintendo, thinking I'm smart, and that means, it's made for Nintendo. Nah, they still sue you. So then we had to get rid of that completely. And now our newer shells, which are these, I know this is printed, but our newer shells are now just blanked off at the top. So yeah, any time you see 4 on here, even in like the Game Boy original and stuff, that was me trying to be smart and avoid getting sued. Didn't work. So that's that. So yeah, this is our shell. It's also got our shell, our screen. So this is a clean screen. If you hold these 3, you'll get a menu. Again, this was the world's first and still is the world's only Game Boy Advance screen that is the exact same window size and screen size as an original. There is no other one in the world that's the same size. There is also no other one. There probably is now because I think they've copied this, but the colour modes, so see the greens? This is our true colour, and see how it matches the original? This is what every other IPS on the market looked like, bright and green and horrible. I made this LUT that's built into the screen, so you can see, like, look at the browns as well. That's everybody else's with a green wash. That's ours with the red colours. So if you compared this colour of the screen to an original, you'd find that ours was the only one that ever looked accurate and was the original size. Same with the pixel grid. Our pixel grid, with it off you can't tell, with it on it looks original. So basically I put a ton of work into this screen, absolutely tons, and the idea was to look as original as possible. Spent way too much money on it, and to be honest, people don't appreciate it enough to make it worthwhile, because this screen is literally custom made. It cost me £120,000 to make the moulding for this screen, so I had to have a screen factory make the actual screen, the ribbon, whatever they do to do it. The tooling was a fortune. The screen cost me like £12 a screen to me, so I have to sell the screen on its own for like £20. And then with the FPGA and everything else, it's the most expensive GBA screen on the market, but it's to mimic the original perfectly. So on the V4 I'm making, I've still managed to get the original outline now, but I'm probably going to be going to the Raspberry Pi that I've done for the Game Gear, and we'll probably lose this colour mode because it won't be fast enough to do LUTs. So we're going to lose some of that originality, but I honestly don't think people actually care. Based on sales, the Game Gear sells 10 times more than the GBA, so my perfectionism just lost me money there, really. There we go, so that has actually saved. I didn't think this thing worked without the battery in. But either way, the customers didn't have battery. You can just open that up and chuck a battery in, or I might do it for him before he goes. So that's that one fixed. Was the SD card. The customer will get that SD card. Oh yeah, I'm honestly terrible at making. Somebody asked me today or yesterday. They didn't even know we made stuff. Like, well, a lot of people don't. Oh, that's it. What make are your batteries? I'm like, our make. We make them. Like, obviously, we don't own battery factories. We use factories to make our products, like even Apple do. But it's simple things like our shells, we make the mould. The batteries, these are our batteries. They're not wrapped. Like, if we take this wrap off, there's no hidden random Amazon brand under there. This is our stuff. Same with everything I do. All this hardware, it's me that's designed this. I've come up with the circuit, designed it, invented it, made it. These batteries, these are made by the same battery factory that make the AAs. These are made for us every time we order them. So they're not, nothing we sell is off the shelf. But yeah, you'd be amazed how many people don't know. Like, a lot of people don't even know I sell stuff. Like, they'll know me from the streams. Like, TikTok was the perfect example. People on TikTok, which is where I'm actually known a lot more than anywhere else, to be honest, when I was doing daily videos on there. They genuinely didn't even know I sold stuff at all. They didn't know Retro6 had a website. And even when they did, people on stream now, they'll see me repairing this stuff and they'll go, oh, I wish you accepted customers for repairs. And I'm like, that's literally what I do. That is what I'm doing every day. So there's just... Like I say, I don't enjoy promoting stuff. I'm just terrible at it. I like making the stuff, and then I'll show it off once, and then you'll never hear of it again. Wow, my hands are full of face cream or something. I'll have to clean that for you. Ignore the mess. Right then, so let's fix this one. Right then, first problem. Obviously, console seems to work. Yep, both style games are loading, GBO and GBA. And then this will be Tetris. Yep, so that's all working. So it's a screen issue. Let's take a look inside. We have inner loops with our GBA, the new ones. This is the new one, Clean Juice AA. This one's got inner loops in, not our brand, but it works so long as these are nickel metal hydride and not lithium. Yeah, nickel metal hydride, you're fine. So you can use any brand. Inner loops are like as good as ours, if not better. Obviously, these are made by Panasonic, I believe. So you don't need to buy our batteries. That's one of the reasons I made this, is so that people that want to ship international don't have to pay a fortune for shipping batteries, because shipping batteries costs a lot more. So I made part of the move to AA was so we can sell the board on its own, and you can just buy any batteries you want. Oh, it's got saving me a bit of time. We've only got 3 screws in this one. And then obviously this is our shell as well. So you'll see on the front of this one, this is now blanked off. So this is the original colour I released, and it used to have Retro 6 on there. Then it went to the 4 Nintendo, and then it went to blank. Right, so for those of you that have been in the game long enough, you'll know straight away when you see a wire here and some tape that this is the original. This comes out of a Game Boy Advance SP, and they actually had backlights. So all we're doing here is tapping off a voltage rail on this transistor. It just happens to be I think it's the 13 volt rail. That just happens to be one of the points where you can solder to. And that gives the backlight circuit its voltage, so you can see the contrast, and the actual backlight LED comes off the ribbon, I believe. But we all did this before there was any screens on the market. So one of the first screens on the market, like 7-8 years ago, was when people realised they could just put in SP screens into GBAs, and I think we had to make this little adapter ribbon to just swap the pin order because it's not exactly the same. It's surprising how early on, like how not that long ago, we didn't even have mods for the GBA. It's crazy. Like, you feel like they've been around forever, but I think you have card plates. Now difficult to find screens and shells are even more expensive. Oh yeah, EU slammed us at the minute as well. Mainly Luxembourg and Denmark and Germany. We now cannot ship to there without charging the customer direct duties paid up front. So I've had to write a load of software yesterday. That's why I wasn't on stream, to calculate and prepay the tax. Like, the customers at checkout will have to pay the tax. Otherwise, they can use Retro Reese. So if you ever want to buy our stuff, but not necessarily from the UK, if you go to retro6.com instead, that site is our kind of hub for everybody that sells official Retro 6 stuff. So you can get stuff from Retro Reese in Germany. Yeah, so no backlight there. So let's quickly check the voltage and see if we've got voltage on here for contrast. Although I still don't see the backlight either. So, oh, it's not even €3. So what it is it's €3 per item type. Would you believe? So if we classify a HS code of plastic parts for one thing, and then capacitors with another HS code, and then a screen with another HS code, that's £9 you're paying, or €9. So if you had an order from us with 20 different things in, it could be literally £60 in just that bit. But luckily, we declare the exact same HS code for everything. But then on top of the €3, Royal Mail charge a handling fee, so they take another £1. And then on top of that, you have the import tax, which is, I think, 17% to Germany or Luxembourg. And then on top of that, you have the postage. So there is literally postage, import tax, handling fee, and now this fixed euro HS code fee. So if you sent a 1p item to Germany now from the UK, it will cost you £9 to send a 1p item. That's the minimum you can now send anything. Just stupid. And it's all governments just basically putting the fingers in the pie and taking money off us. And it doesn't really affect big companies because they swallow their tax. So what they do is just they have an IOSS number. Yeah, we've got 13 volts on there. Big companies like eBay, they have an IOSS number. They don't technically pay because they just offset their taxes against that. So it's balances out. They just move money around their different businesses around the world and cancel it out completely. So the customer buying on eBay doesn't pay anything. So if you buy off us on eBay, you won't be charged that, ironically, because we can then legally use eBay's IOSS number. Now, I could technically in code just turn on their number and ship it to you guys, but that's called tax evasion, so I'd be in prison if I got caught doing that. But instead, I have to make all the code and charge you guys money to ship there. So to be honest, if you're in Denmark, I think it's Denmark, Luxembourg and Germany, while this is going on, just buy from like Retro Reese, honestly. There's no point buying from us at that point, from them 3 countries. Right, so that's got 13 volts on there, fine. Let's take this out, we might as well. And then what we'll do is, considering this is broken now, you watch, this will start working now. Oh, you all know that definitely didn't work the other day. Oh, Zach's fixed it, he's put a clean screen in. So he's just lobbed a clean screen in there with an old lens that's larger. So I was going to say, well, we'll still, do we open that? No, I'll open the original. What have I done with the original? There. What I'm going to do is open the original and test the screen in here and stuff first. No, you can't get an IOSS number. Well, you can, but it's pointless because you have to be in Norway or Ireland. And then if you're not in Norway or Ireland, which we obviously aren't, us getting a number then means as you go to a company in Norway or Ireland, You give them your UK business number, they give you an IOSS number, and then you pay them the tax. It's like, what is the point? So I might as well just charge the customer the tax. It's just, they've got you every which way. It's the things you have to deal with in business that you guys don't see. And again, part of why businesses have to make more money than just the cost of goods and the minimum profit on top, because when stuff like this happens, I was up from 5 in the morning till midnight yesterday writing code that's only really 50% done to be able to support even buying a label at the minute for all orders, because Royal Mail changed this overnight. And who's going to pay for that? It's like just dead money from nothing and nowhere. Right, so we've got the original screen in. This is the little adapter. And there is the adapter. The adapter looks in, okay condition. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. If we took the adapter off, this is just an original SP screen. So we could just plug this into an SP to see if it works without the adapter. But this has got 13 volts and this is the connector. So there's not much to prove in a sense. And I think as well, if I remember rightly, this 13 volts just turns the backlight on or off stronger. I think even without this it works, it's just that you get a dimmer backlight, if I remember rightly. So we can just plug this straight into this console then. So let's open up this one. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's annoying. It's like I say, all it does is make it difficult for small businesses. Large businesses never suffer. It's the small ones that take all the hit with all these taxes. It's just stupid. And processes, and then we just get complained at by the customer as well. Oh, I've had to pay tax. It's like, it's nothing we can do. It's like we don't invent tax, we don't control it, and we don't gain from you gain charge from it. It's there's genuinely nothing we can do. And then you'll get the usual like, oh, I brought off eBay, I didn't get charged. I brought off AliExpress, I didn't get charged. Like, yeah, no shit. Because eBay have a conglomerate that hide the taxes in their accounts, so they never paid, so they just pass it on to you. And China don't have any taxes like that. So it's like, you even trying to explain it to people that, it doesn't, you're never going to win that argument, basically. It's like, yes, you'll get charged taxes just from a small company, but they always seem to presume we can bin all this now. It seems a shame binning this in original shell in such good condition. I'm going to put this in a bag, so I guarantee as I'm about to chuck this, somebody's going to say, I'll have that shell. In fact, I might even keep it for myself at the minute, because this is a colour I might do in GBA. This is a glacier colour that people have requested quite a lot, to be honest. So I might make that a limited edition colour. And this is a really nice colour example, so we can send that to the factory to clone the colour. Yeah, to be honest, you can probably post en masse customers' orders in one batch to Norway and then ship them back out to their destination in the EU, cheaper than you can send it once from the UK. It's just crazy. So this is, as we know, this is an original screen. So there's a few things we can do here. We will get customers here. No, we'll get this one with a customer screen. Let's just take all the buttons out as well, because that'll just fly around when you're working on it. So let's plonk that in like so, and this will just prove straight away whether it's the, of course, can't do that because this is a 32 pin ribbon version and we won't have the original there, so I need a 32 pin ribbon GBA. Am I going to have one of them? Well, of course I will, it's just wherever it is. Hey, freezes on game mode, that doesn't bother me. So here's another one, freezes on game load, but we just want to see the logo. Oh, there's no headphone jack. I think it's been robbed more than just that. Oh yeah, there's no transformer. There, this has been destroyed. Yeah, you could literally add them to Amazon, but again, Amazon then take the money for the profit. So every which way you try, you can't avoid it. Power issues. That's had everything robbed. I think this is this is Zach's robbing tub. There's nothing left on these boards. 40 pin. 40 pin, 40 pin. Okay, this is going well. So, of all them, we've got all of these in a tub at the minute. All of them are 40 pin or missing stuff. The only thing I can do is maybe get that and rob that board's transform. This is like Frankenstein and GBA together. Wow, look at the desk already. Right, could this get confusing? That over there, this is why we mark things. That one is not there, that one's there. Right, that one is our original, because it's got the stickers on. This one is the customer's, so we better label this first with a little pink dot before we go any further. Otherwise, with all these GBAs on the desk, we're going to get confused between them. This shell can get off the desk. Let's do a little bit of a clean up first. This is getting messy. We did potentially want to use that original screen as well to test it works, but I'm sure I'll have another original screen lying around if I need to. Where's this going? Where to put this? I know I've got. Where is my stuff? Got a tub with a Game Gear shell in mine. It's in a random tub up there, never to be seen again. GBA clean screen, not at the minute, no. One of the things I accidentally did yesterday was released a new payment system, because what I did was made all the licensing and payment system for the Game Gear V4 clean screen. Oh, hang on, I'm logging the wrong thing. I made a payment system, so it takes all the payments for upgrading to Pro and Ultra. And then obviously I do all the software as well, so I needed to separate the payment system from the Game Gear clean screen into its own thing, its own product, if you will. So like a licensing server, because I've made the entire licensing server. So I was in the middle of making that licensing server its own product that can then be reused across other softwares. And I accidentally, like an absolute idiot, pushed a database upgrade script by mistake on the Game Gear clean screen V4 server. So then it was expected to point to a brand new payment server that I hadn't even finished writing yet. So I had to spend all yesterday finishing off and coding the entire new payment system. And then linking it all in, otherwise nobody could buy the clean screen. So that was a whoopsie. But now at least we've got the payment system ready. So that's one thing done. And then I've already started splitting out the V4 code for the clean screen. It's already pretty much been written like that from the start, that it's very universal. So all of the websites and all of the features of the Game Gear V4 can be already reused on the GBA for 99% of the work. And all I've got to do is write the code to display on the new screen, which I've done, which took a long while to get the GBA screen size working. In fact, no, it was the GBC I did it on, GBC screen, so there'll be a GBC one coming out. I've just had the GBA one, the new screen delivered. I had to pay £1,000 for new samples of that, even though they already get enough of my money. But I've got the new V4 screen. You wouldn't even know the difference. It looks, I don't know why I'm showing you, it looks exactly the same. But there's the, can't really see, zoomed in too much. This is the JBC clean screen V4, ready to go, and that'll fit GBO as well, with a test kit in there. So that's all up and running in terms of the screen displays. We have that is the Game Gear. So that was my test for the Game Gear V4. That was like a test rig set up with, ironically, you'll love this. What in the world isn't powered by a clean juice? So that's got a clean juice for the Game Gear on, and then a ribbon here we can connect a Game Gear screen up to. So I don't know if I've got a Game Gear screen lying around somewhere. I should have in the clean screen kits. The things I should have, I don't have. And the things you wouldn't think I have, I've got loads of. I've got a literal screen lying around in there. Oh yeah, we are side questing at the minute. We'll be back on your GBA in a second. I'm looking for, there we go, clean screen. So if we plug this in and get that to fit. If my dry eyes and wobbly hands could actually get this to go in. There we go. So now, I don't know why I've gone down this rabbit hole, but if I just then flick the switch on the clean screen and then press this big button, we can cycle between testing, you know, all of the screen. And that's, this test here is to prove that every single pixel on the screen, so that's 1 pixel wide, so you know it's working perfect. So yeah, powered by a clean screen. So that's the Game Gear one, and then I've done one for the GBA as well, same idea. So that's testing that the screens work before I then make the actual, you know, the code for reading off the console. Otherwise, what you end up doing is fighting with whether the code's working or whether the screen's even displaying anything. So I always like to get the screen working first before I write any other code, so I can actually see something on screen. Right then, what was I even doing? We had, oh yeah, we swapped that over. This is now another donor. So this, maybe, if Zach hasn't robbed anything else, the last time it was here was freezing on game load. He's robbed that for a customer. Everything else looks on there. He'd robbed that for a customer, but that's still on. So I'm going to take a punt that this is now hopefully going to work. I wonder if I can get the missus get me a coffee or a tea. I bet she won't. No, she won't. She's in the living room. I've got no hope. We've got no audio either. So this is literally going to be a blind run, and we probably at least need a working GBA screen, because I knew I should have got that out of the bag. We've got a non-working console to test if a non-working screen is working. It's going to prove nothing. If we turn that on with the customer's screen and nothing comes on, we don't know whether it's the console because there's no audio, the screen because the screen doesn't work anyway. We're going to be nowhere further forward. Oh, this is going to be a 40-pin screen as well, isn't it? Wow, this is going well. So, what did I tell you about Game Boys? Now I need either a clean screen or a GBA screen somewhere. Okay, clean screen time. Get a GBA clean screen instead. clean screen. Jeez, this is turning into a big job. So we have clean screen here. So this is how we're going to test if this thing even works. Get that out, put that in. So 32 pin. And this is, well, it's been a while since I've fit one of these, my own products. I think, if I remember rightly, that's all we need. So if I am correct, let's go to that view. I mean, we're a bit zoomed in. There we go. So non-working console with no speaker, with no power switch. Okay, so power circuit's knackered. Let's bypass the power circuit. Let's just give it at least, I don't know, let's give it the 5 volts. I don't know, anything's going to happen. Actually, nothing's going to happen at that. It's going to have the 3 volts. So let's put the 3 volts in on the cap instead. Nothing. Let's put it in on the resistor. Okay, so this, yeah, this board is completely for Joe, unfortunately. So we need another one. I'll tell you what, let's do a very quick test on the customers that it works just with the clean screen. At least that'll prove something. That on there, on there. Oh, the thing is, we still haven't seen if this works anyway, if this is a working clean screen or not. But that's not even providing 5 volts. Or rather, that's not even turning the screen on. That's kind of good, maybe, but we still need, I still need a working Game Boy. We don't have a single working Game Boy yet to prove anything. We're just going around in circles at the minute. So let's prove if the clean screen works. It's like a Sherlock Holmes mystery, this is. This is the perfect example of how you have to systematically prove things first. And we have nothing so far that's actually a proven working thing in our hands. So this is now the interesting. So maybe this is a non-working screen, because I grabbed the screen from a different place. Yeah, there's no LEDs coming on this board at all. Looking at that, I think that board's a faulty one. Maybe let me grab another board. I've got it out there for random time. Which maybe go with a complete different kit that hasn't been opened. And let's try this. So many things. Oh, that does not look I guess that doesn't look too healthy, but maybe. No, we can't have two that don't have a, oh, Zach got, I think Zach might have ones that aren't even programmed. Let's try the ribbon out. New ribbon. Wrong ribbon. Oh, he's used that ribbon already. Wow. There we go. 40 pin ribbon. So 40 pin ribbon. This is, I'm pretty sure, this one was the fully. Actually, we don't even know if this board's fully working, do we, at all? This other one. I don't think we know anything at this stage. Yeah, there's no way all these are faulty. Let's move him out the way, because, in fact, this has got to have worked. This was the working one. So why are none of these working? Why are the lights not coming on? I think these are all blank. I think the ones Zach got aren't programmed. and I can't be bothered to program them, so we'll take it out of this one. Just actually, that's a good board. Keep the good board. Quickest thing is just whip this open, because this has the working clean screen. Save messing around. I think all these ones under Zach's desk are just unprogrammed clean screens. That's why they're in here. That's a guess. He's not here to ask, so I'll just get one that's already programmed and working. Then you come out. Oh, he's crinkled up. You can tell Zach's installed this. He doesn't like the AA ones at all. He hates installing them. He's obviously just rammed that in. Just all crinkled up. I'm surprised that's even worked. And then here we go again. All I've done is open up Game Boys and show nothing working so far. Just, oh, I'm using the tri-wing screwdriver to use posi screws. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the irony is the new ones are that easy to install. He moaned about the first ones, and now he moans about the easier to install ones. It's like, install these. Literally. Hold it there, put your batteries in. Done. Fold over, you have a clean screen. A clean juice, rather. It's like, want to take it out, lift it up, take your batteries out. Like the new one is, as it couldn't be any simpler, but no, he doesn't like that either. I think it's just change. We've used the LiPo ones for so long. It's just because this is now a different install process. People don't like change. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. It's 100% the changing that's done it. Right, let me just prove I'm not going insane. Let's leave everything in place and plug in. Actually, no, because we need the clean screen out of here. We're going to have to strip this. So why have we got a random blue thing in as well? That was... I can remember that. Wow, this is a... See this random thing, this is... I shouldn't give this secret away. This was our professional way of installing stuff. So, years ago when we were installing the other screens that weren't the clean screen, the guys that don't work for us anymore, we had like a few guys doing installs, they don't work for us now, it's just me and Zach. They didn't like installing this wire, having to pass this wire through and solder to, I think it was a pin on this ribbon, like the other screens had a pin on the ribbon. So when they're assembling and disassembling, they just didn't like the simple fact that there was a wire going from under the board all the way to the front. So they ended up using, this was off an early clean power board maybe, and this is just a transistor pad. And all they've done then, if they bridge these two pads, then this pad and this pad join. So then they'd solder a wire to here, tack this thing down with double-sided tape, and then just solder a little wire from here to here. And that pleased them, because then when they wanted to disconnect the shell, they could just disconnect this little wire and leave this main one in place. No idea why they, wanted that, and why it was a problem, but obviously different people have different things. So it's just for TP2, it was for the select pin, obviously. So it's not even connected anyway. But yeah, that was when I saw that blue thing. I was like, "What's that?" And then I remembered it vaguely. It was literally just to make a bridging wire. It was like the simplest way to make a bridging wire. It's crazy. Right, now we have a known working board with the speaker that's now fell off. So bye speaker. We'll upgrade this after. Let's go to, well, we've got this now. We don't need that. That can move out of the way. We want to go to the customer's board, back to where we were. Do not tell me that's now a 32 pin. So now I need to go get a 32 pin ribbon back out of that kit. I'm beginning to dislike Game Boys. Stupid simple consoles. Right, let's get the 32 pin ribbon, and this goes into the known working clean screen, so we know for sure this works. And now the customer's console with a 32 pin ribbon, and then we should finally be able to test one simple thing. Does the customer's console actually work fully? Well, this isn't going to prove it fully. It'll prove... what will it prove? Prove something. It's not going to prove it fully because the original screen uses a lot of contrast pins and stuff. So, yeah, it's... the only thing it would prove is if this screen doesn't come on, then there is a problem. That's the only proof. If it doesn't work. If it does come on, it's proved nothing really. Ooh, there we go. Yep, so ignore the random flickering everywhere. There we go, that's just a bad power switch. Wow, yeah, that's I mean, maybe that's a sign of something that... That's just a real... In fact, that is a really bad power switch. So all I'm doing there is wobbling that power switch. Like, it's like really poor. So that, first off, is a sort of problem. So we know the power switch is really bad, but we've seen the screen. So where does that get us to? What's the next thing? Let's use our known working board with the customer's 101 screen. Or is this where we can't do it because it's the wrong pin out? Yeah, we can't test that in this console. This is so annoying. I need a 32 pin working one. I mean, we could service the power switch and hope for the best there, but that's not going to get us far. We need a 32 pin working GBA. Or the other thing is, we could see if this works with the actual screen itself. But then that's awkward to get in and out. Now we need a 32 pin known working GBA. This thing still didn't power up at all. Why don't we just have a working GBA? How many have I open now? That's the 40 pin working one. Well, let's move him out of the way. And this is something Zach can reassemble now. It's on his desk for the assembly. And have we got another GBA? One of these has got to be it. That can go up there. Right, we've got another one here. Is there any way of telling, looking through, if it's 32 pin? No, probably not. This one I can. You can see through the clear one. That's 40 pin. This one isn't see-through. So we've got two that could be 32 pin. Let's undo these. Hopefully one of them is going to be good to me, because otherwise this is just a batch compartment. Oh yeah, of course I remember that actually. Remember that ages ago. 10-1-2, 10-1-2. And this is 10-1-1. So 32 pin is 10s, are you sure? I thought it was the end number. Oh yeah, 02 is 40 pin. So these are both 32 pin. Let's prove it on the open ones. 32 pin is 10. Oh yeah, cool. So both of these are 32 pin. It was easy. So does this... Might not power on with lipos. Yeah, too low to power on with lipos. Codecs. Okay, he's Caputo, but he's probably an easy fix. But we key. That one's, oh, yeah, this one's probably why it's in that tub. He's Caputo as well. So let's fix a Game Boy. Every time I say things are easy. Let's fix this random Game Boy so we can fix another Game Boy. This is probably just going to be fuse and power switch. That's normally all it ever is. Ooh. What? That's not going to be repaired. I thought that was a stylistic choice. See all them greens? That's rot. That is pure and utter. Yeah, that's a no fix. That's waiting for me to remake the PCB. That's absolutely destroyed. Let's have a look at the other side for fun. How are the components so clean? Like, the components look flawless. Look, like everything's nice and clean, but the rot is inside the actual PCB. Like, it's 100% going to be rotted to hell, but that is the strangest looking rot I've ever seen. What? How has it gone into the board and nowhere else? Like, look, it's genuinely rotted, but that is a bizarre rot. It's like, you can tell it's rotted because the buttons are, and it's showing, like, that's weird. That's such a strange rot. The only thing you can do with this is just wait for me to remake this PCB and then swap these two chips over. That's been another project I've had for years, so he's as good as no fix. Right then, we're down to one more GBA. Will this game be any better? This is not going well. Yeah, it's definitely gone to the inner layers, but how has it not touched anything else is the question. How has it managed to get perfectly into the inner layers and not get anywhere else, if that makes sense? I probably could have just oscilloscoped the original Game Boy at this point, quicker than trying to prove certain parts of the systems. But never mind. I didn't expect it to be this hard to just get a working Game Boy. I'm not holding hope for this one because this one looks worse. Like, before I even started this, look, yeah, not much better. Right, well, all we need this thing to do is power up. So this is what we do with this one. We bypass everything, go to there, get a stabby, bypass the whole power system and go straight to the resistor up there. And let's see if that can get this thing to power up. Yay! Look at that, bypass everything. So that's all we needed to see. So I'm not holding hope that any of that, like, I highly doubt this will work. Yeah, no, nothing. Dead console. But skip all of that, bypass the whole power system, and it powers up fine. Oh yeah, that's literally why it's called Stabby, because I always stab myself on them. So this is good enough to test something then, even though it's absolutely destroyed. So now, finally, it's like using Frankenstein parts. We don't have one fully working system here at all. So now I'm going to plug in this screen, which is the Customers 101 we're hoping works. And without that wire, if my long-term memory serves me right, I'm sure I remember, without that wire on, it will still work. It's just the backlight won't be that bright. It's basically a toggle to make the original backlight light up more. So, what do we reckon? this is the most hacked together Game Boy ever. Oh, not looking good for the 101 screen. I can, just to be sure, solder that wire on to this pin. Come on, sticky thing. Clean my tip. There we go. Solder this wire on, but I'm fairly confident I remember this wire is not the mission critical wire. It's just to get the backlight into full brightness mode. Let's give that a go. And there's a chance that this power circuit being rotten down here would affect it, but it's unlikely because all that does is get you up to this point, and that is nothing. We can try, as a last bit of desperation, tuning this VR pot here, but that really just tunes the frequency of the contrast. We're not even getting like backlight as such. Nothing. So let's have a look. Considering the only real point of this is trying to get this 101 screen working, maybe now we do try it in a GBA SP. And I don't think I've got any of these lying around either, which was the other thing. So it could be this ribbon, which it's unlikely. It could be this backlight, which again, on the backlight, I think this is just, I want to say that's the LED backlight, so we can apply current limited voltage to there to get the backlight to come on. But is it going to be this ribbon, or this ribbon, or this connector? So what we can do is disconnect all that, get an SP, and there's two versions of SP as well, and I can't remember how you tell the difference. There's like two versions of screen for the SP, and they both got the same ribbon. I think I put something on the wiki about that. And I think just one will work in one version and it won't work in the other. So let's put this in here. Now, is that, yeah, that's definitely the right way. That way with the white flat. And to be honest, we don't even know if this Game Boy works yet. So let's get a battery to test that, or in fact, let me solder wires on, so we can test if this SP even works. So for the SP, we have down this side. Let's zoom in. Where are we? There we go. BT minus, which is just ground. So we can attach a wire on here. The world's largest wires. This is the way you want to tear traces. Put a ridiculously oversized wire on. This pad will be BT plus then, so this now wants to be like, does it want to be probably 4 volts for a fully charged LiPo? We'll put in there, so that's now on there. I wouldn't recommend using wire this thick. This is me, because I know what I'm doing, and I won't tear the traces. So this can now be 4 volts, and we can, we're going to need a speaker. Wow, I need an SP speaker now. So we can hear if anything happens, basically. I can go on there, push into there, and change this to grippy. To there. push him on. So where's the power switch? Other side. Oh, there's no power switch. Why is nothing? It's just like a junkyard. See, that I shouldn't get stuff from under Zach's desk. This is ridiculous. The SP does not even have a power switch. Right, let's move the wire. Jesus. Let's move the ground pad. We might as well just move it all to the other side. Yes, we're going to fix Game Boys. They're far too easy. Fails to even power up an SP. Right, we might as well take that off. At least the power switch is clean. Even though it's not there. I'm pretty sure that's ground. Not even going to bother try and test for ground. I'm saying that's ground, so it's going to be. You get on there. C is the output, so we're just going to jank this straight into there. Get on that pad. Any'll do me. There we go. That's how you power a Game Boy. Now, we don't need a power switch. If anything else on this Game Boy, I swear. Just give me a jingle. I just need to hear something. Power. This should now sound as soon as I basically apply power. So I'm going to have to hold on to there. And then, Yay! We have a working Game Boy. Done. Right then. This is the most unprofessional stream I've ever done. Actually, no, it's not. That's the scary thing. This can go in this way. We want to show this ribbon, or show this screen, into there. Connect that up. Connect that up. Let's get the audio for the sake of it. And dun dun dun. Ah. See, now the thing is that you're not getting backlight. So I kind of want to. I want to see the backlight working first. Because you're never going to see anything, is the thing with without a backlight on these old screens. You are never going to see anything. So this is the backlight, and we can actually. Do I have another SP to prove this is working? Because again, we don't know anything's working still at this point. SP screen, what can I do? I can use the clean screen, can't I? So, to prove this definitely works, so we know the SP works, we need the clean screen. Where have I put the clean screen? I'll put it on Zach's desk. Let's get the clean screen back. And let's plug in the GBA clean screen, which is this one, to this one. This is getting even more insane. We're now using a GBA clean screen in a GBA SP that has no power switch. This, you're going to tell me you're a 40 pin on, you're a 34 pin. Why is the 34 pin not locking in? Oh, I didn't put it all the way in. There we go. So now we need to flip that over, flip this over, grab on there, flip that over, show you that. Why is this no longer powering? Am I shorting everything against her? My wires fell off. Interesting. I've probably blown a fuse on this now. Plugging that in. Yay. Right then, let's bridge the fuse. Oh, the fuse is bridged. Bridge another fuse. There's two fuses, both bridged. Why is this not getting power now then? With the clean screen plugged in, we get no power. or is it just we're getting power, but yeah, so there's still hope, believe it or not. This SP isn't even generating 5 volts. This is absolutely mental. So, time to open up an SP. I think what I'm doing here though, I'm picking out of the this is literally Zach's donor pile I'm picking out of, so I'm grabbing consoles out of the known everything is knackered pile. So that board works with audio, but I haven't seen it even work with a clean screen, so the likelihood is that's also got a fault, that's why it's in this pile. I need to stop picking up the faulty pile. Let's pick up the new unopened pile. And here we go. Now you wanted a 101, the irony is, I'd laugh if one of these was randomly a 101. No, of course not. Because everybody knows what they are now. Right, so, working Game Boy. Let's open up another Game Boy. Yay! How messy can we get Luke's desk is the question. Very. We clean up once we get to a point where we know stuff works, basically. A 101, there's 2 versions of screen, isn't there? The 101. In fact, I've got a 101. Why don't we just start with that? Sod that. I'll go find my ultra rare 101. And oh no. I think Zach gutted it when we were low on consoles. Why do I have a bad memory that I think we recently gutted my 101? Let me go just check. Yep, we gutted my 101. Of course we did. I remember it recently. I had a pink one and we were low on stock. Where do we go from here then? Where's the black one even while I was just opening? What have I literally done with that black one? Started opening it, I just brought it in. Yeah, so I think the 101 screen works in there, but it's just the like I say, the backlight might not work, which is not a massive problem, is it? Because I can power the backlight. Yeah, I can't believe that, because unless he's put it, no, I'm pretty sure he used it. I was going to say, because that would have had the 101 screen in as well, but he won't have give that a thought, and that's likely just going to be gone in the bin. It'd help if he was here, because I'd know where stuff is. Let me just double check it's not in this tub. My poor AGS console, I'm pretty sure, is in some random customer's repair. Yeah, no, that's long since gone. Right, so let's carry on down this path of nowhere and see where we get. Plug my GB into 48 Phantom. Yeah, that's one thing I usually think I've done a lot of the times by mistake when I have like Phantom powered mics and stuff, and then I plug certain things in. I'm like, oh, I've left the Phantom power on, but I've actually done that on something fairly recently, and it didn't do damage. I was like, how the hell has it not done damage? And I put 48 volts into something that was definitely not tolerant of that. Right, so we've got this board now. So this is a known working board, known working screen. Let's try this in the customers. Yeah, we don't need any of this, so we can get rid of this. I should have stuck to software myself today. We will keep maybe the speaker and the phone. Once we get to some point where something starts working, we can nicely work our way back then. I swear, if you don't fit in physically, you're not going to, are you, idiot? You don't work that way. You're an SP screen. I'm losing my mind. Go into the adapter first. And then that goes on there, over and in. Right, so we're just going to try, without caring much, the non-AGS screen through the adapter. Let's see what we get. And I think we should get this, and the other circuitry about the backlight shouldn't matter, is my thought. Yay! So this is what you get. I knew there was a thing that you got. You get the colours being funky. So if you ever see this, where the colours are random, so you turn it off, turn it on. When you get this, that's just when you put a 001 screen in a 101. So that is unfortunate, because what we've effectively proven there is the customer's console is fine, the ribbon is fine. This doesn't matter because, like I say, that's the brightness thing. The only variance is the actual screen. There's nothing else left in that combo. So unless the last resort is, because these are backlit, as I keep saying, if we don't see the backlight, you're not going to see the screen. So this is going to be awkward. I don't want to take it out of here, but what I want to do is I want to power the backlight separately while powering this, because I don't want to strip this. I don't want to have to unstick all this and strip it and all that. It's just a pain. So what we can do is power this. What can I power? See, I really need my bench to power this, but then with the bench powered, I can't power that with the bench. So now, I'll tell you what, let's clear off this desk a bit. Now we've got somewhere. So now we know. That's the customers. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need the game. We don't need my batteries. We don't need the stabby stab. We don't need that. Or the screen. We'll keep the screen floating around for the minute. But most of this we don't need now. That can go back in the tub. That is a working board, so it's just a good working board. That's no good, so I'll leave it on the desk. That's quite a bit of clean up straight away. So now we've got the customers' stuff all there. That there. This is ours for going back in. Well, actually, those batteries were for our Donkey Kong console. So all this is now just customer stuff, with the exception of that. There. See, so how easy that is to clean up. So desk is now clean. Now we've got somewhere we know where we're at. Speakers, the customers, that front board with the original screen, don't need. That we don't need. That's the Donkey Kong we don't need. And my light pipe, maybe your customers. Now customers. There we go. Outcome, I've just cleaned the desk up. So what we've proven is customer's console works. We've just proven it with the SP screen. This ribbon connector fully works, because basically what we did is connected the other 001 screen to this, and it comes on and shows a black logo, which is how it works when you plug the wrong one in. So all this is 100% fine, which means best case the backlight in this is bad and everything else is showing. So we now need to power this. So if you want to power backlights, I could strip this out and shine a light from behind, but I'm trying to avoid that. Instead, what I'll do is go to this. I want to connect wires to this. So this is just an LED array. This will just be, I'm pretty sure back then, the fact it's flat, this will be just your normal LEDs. So there'll just be a row of LEDs and this connects to them. So one way's ground, one way's, well, one's the anode, one's the cathode, basically on the LED array. So what we need to do is solder wires to these points. Oh, has my camera froze? Yeah, my microscope's froze. Let me, wow, that's hot. Yeah, this is, let me go to the scene and disable it. See if I can get this working. Microscope. Yeah, that microscope is, let me unplug him. That is insane how hot that is. Like, I wonder if I put a fan on it and cool it down. That is just ridiculously hot. I mean, they are designed, like I say, they should be designed to run at this. But because it's, I don't know. That is on fire, like untouchable. They are designed to run though, like I say, permanently on. So it shouldn't have really glitched, but we'll see. Let me go back to that and toggle it a minute. Microscope. Nope, so that's either the camera's kaput, that's brand new, or maybe this optical fibre is, let me just go back to that camera, maybe this optical fibre thing is bad. Let's get the HDMI off this capture card a minute, and let's see if this works instead. So we overlay the good old Elgato. Why is nothing, this is like a stream of things breaking, not working. Right, is Elgato going to detect the black light? I don't know if it will or not. It's 4K. Yeah, that's just died, hasn't it? So maybe it just needs powering off a little bit. That's completely dead. I'll unplug the power from it a minute. Let it just... I'll do it without the microscope then. We'll come back to that because that's a £1,000 camera that we don't want to just die for no reason. Oh, why is the USB injecting voltage into my leg? Right, so leave that there a minute. Microscope's kaput. Yeah, good point. Let me put the AC on as well. It's hot as hell in here. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I was going to just solder wires to there, so let's use this one. We don't know which is anode and cathode, so it doesn't really matter. We'll just solder some wires on and we'll inject voltage. Current controlled voltage. I mean, there's probably some documentation of the backlight of the SP101. There's maybe some info online. I know the wiki doesn't have it because I've never had to really work it out. But see if anybody knows the backlight of the SP101, whether it's, you know, like 3 volts, 3 LEDs in series and the rest in parallel. We just need to know how many LEDs are in order. We don't need to know, we'll find it out by doing this, but if not, we'll add this to the wiki once we figure it out. So if you want to power the backlight on its own, we'll first connect a wire to either side. This is just, like I say, a string of LEDs behind here, so voltage isn't necessarily a problem or a requirement even. You just have to make sure you limit the current on the bench power, otherwise you're going to burn the LEDs straight away and then you've knackered the screen. So don't do this unless you know what you're doing, but if you limit the current on your power supply to, say, 10 milliamps is fine. So 0.01 amps. Ow, don't stab yourself with the wire that you're trying to bend. And then you can slowly increase the voltage until you see the current draw. So that's what we're doing here. So you've got 2 wires attached to there, so I've just got these I can now grip to my bench. 6 LEDs in parallel, so that's going to be 3, 6, 9, 18 volt. So same as the backlight for the old Game Gear clean screen. And now what we do is we take our bench power. We're not going to start with the 18 volt anyway, because it could be 6 LEDs along the bottom in parallel, which means it's 3 volts. But I'm going to go to my bench. You can't really see on my bench, and I've got no way of pointing the camera at it, but I'm going to set it to 5 volt to start with, and I'm going to set it to 0.01 amp. And this is where you really need an expensive meter, not a fake one or one that you don't trust. And I'm going to short them out on purpose. Yeah, and that's limiting to 0.01 amp. So I know now, no matter what goes through this, as soon as those LEDs start conducting, the current will show. Until then, you'll get no current flowing because the LEDs won't flow. And if we get this the wrong way around, they'll never light up. So we're guessing that's the way. We'll flip this around, and then we will grip the black on here for now, the red on here, and we get nothing, which is probably expected at 5 volts. And then we'll go up on the voltage, so we'll go to 10 volts, and nothing. I'll maybe flip these around first before we go higher than 10 volts, just to see. No current, so let's leave that one on, and let's go to 20 volts then. And again, this won't matter. I saw a little bit of conduction then. No, nothing. Swap these around. There you go. So backlight's now working, but I reckon, so that's now dropping it to 11 volts, but you can see we now have a backlight in a very, this will be just this being very dodgy. We can leave that powered, and we can connect it to this, but then we need to power this now separately, which means we probably need to just put it back in here. Otherwise, I could just get a second set of leads, to be honest, and bench power. It's probably a bit easier. Let me also, now we know we've got a backlight. Hang on, which way around was that? Was that red on there? You might as well put this on the wiki. No, I'm getting, oh, so I'm, what was it? No, so I think I actually got that orientation the right way around by pure guessing. Yeah, so that's the right way, and if we lowered this then to 12 volts, yeah, so you only need 12 volts, say 12 or 13 volts. That'll be what the 13 volt rail on the GBA is doing, and this is the orientation of the wire. So for the wiki, we can, and what I'm going to start doing is just doing this on the wiki as we go. Like, I might as well just start doing this by default instead of keep saying I'm doing stuff on the wiki then never get in time. I'm going to screenshot this right now and put it on the wiki. So that's the way we go. Let's open up the wiki, and then you guys might as well watch this. So I'm going to go on the wiki. Because I'm admin, I can do whatever I like. So I'm going to go into GBA SP. GBA SP. We're going to add a page in here. We're going to call this one Manual Backlight Test. Why not? Game Boy Advance SP. Page, create. That goes there, and then we're going to do what? If you suspect the GBA SP 101 screen isn't working and it stays permanently black, this might be due to a bad backlight circuit. If you want to manually test this first to see if the screen comes on and goes white, you can inject 13 volts, but importantly with a current limit of 0.01 amps, which is 10 milliamps. Do not inject 13 volts without current limit, and test your meter before doing this to ensure that it does limit the current. And then simply connect it to these two pins, with the black wire being ground and the red wire being the 13 volts. There we go. Paste that image in, and then how do I get below my image? There we go. Once you do this, your bench power should show that it pulls around, well, the 10 milliamps that you've limited your bench to, and the screen should go from an unpowered black to a lit up white. This is without anything else connected to the screen, nothing connected to the Game Boy, just purely these two wires. Right, there's that. And then we can do two screenshots. Yeah, you're now part of the wiki, so we can do, we'll look at them fingerprints. Let's do one on this maybe. Zoom in. It's not going to be the clearest of images, but it'll do. So there's the... I'm going to put that in. You're going to be on the wiki now. So there you go. My GBA is famous now. And then we'll go to this view again, and we'll power it up. And then what I was going to do is just solder, get that through. One stupid wire. Nothing's going my way today. Solder a blob of solder onto the wire so that the these grippers basically grip onto the wire easier. That's what I was doing before. There we go, so that makes it a lot bit easier. Now we can grip this on. Ground to ground. You stay there. Stupid heavy leads. There. And there we go. So now, yeah, everyone's going to be commenting now. I've got to wait for the comments to disappear so I can do a screenshot. Or I could just do this. There you go. You're no longer on the wiki. Screenshot that. There we go. It goes in there. Ta-da! That's it. Right. So the next step is my wiki is crap. I can't click away. There we go. What is the next step? Well, firstly, fix that. The next step would be to leave this power applied from your bench power supply and power the Game Boy up to see if the screen works. Now, the reason I'm contemplating that is we are technically going to be reverse injecting voltage into the Game Boy on the 13 volt. So really what you want to do there is, where's my thing gone again? You'd want to disconnect this ribbon first. Otherwise, we're going to send it back down here. So we really need to separate these two. So that's probably going to be a different photo. Well, yeah, it'll be a different photo for this different section. So red is on the left. What we want to do is this will be a wedged ribbon. So there'll be two parts to this ribbon that are just sandwiched together. And our job is to separate them. So it's a little flat there. You can get your tweezers under. Warm them both up at the same time and lift. So this now, this bit is your actual, this bit goes to the ribbon here, back to the Game Boy. This bit goes into the screen. So now we want a wires there, but importantly, this is disconnected. Otherwise, we're going to reverse inject current into the Game Boy and almost definitely damage it. So let's then do another photo showing that disconnected. There we go, and we kind of want to show it like that. Screenshot that, and let's rewrite that wiki bit because that's not right. The next step would be if you wanted to fully test the screen now, but still apply bench power to show the backlight, to prove if the Game Boy's backlight circuit is bad. You first need to separate the two parts of the ribbon. Get a set of tweezers between the two sections of ribbon. One is a slightly darker orange colour than the other. And then warm up both pads at the same time and lift away to separate the two sections. Once you've done that, and you can now see in the photo above, the second section is below and floating. This disconnects the 13 volts we're injecting into the screen from the ribbon. Now we can apply the power back to the red and black wires and connect the main ribbon to the Game Boy and test if it works fully. We'll put a photo there when it does or if it doesn't. If this then works and you see the Game Boy on the screen, the issue is with the backlight driver circuit of the Game Boy. Right, so we need a photo in the middle here, and now we need to do what we said. So I need to get a guitar in the middle of the floor. Move that out of the way. I need to get more power ribbons. I don't have rippers on these, how do we do that? There we go. So if everything fits, of course nothing fits, so they don't work. Do I even have? I should have more bench leads, where are they? I had loads. Where did I put them? The voice to text thing, it's Whisper, it's called. Where's my Pro Bleeds? Let's just nick my multimeter Pro Bleed maybe. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to plug this back into the Game Boy with batteries. It's easier than finding the Pro Bleeds. I don't know where I've put them. An excuse to shop on AliExpress later and buy some more. I've got dozens somewhere, just don't know what I've done with any of them. Right then. So this is going to go back into here. So I can basically just put batteries in. That's the quickest way of doing this. So that can sit in like that. This then can go in there. In fact, we can't use the end loops. We need to use the Duracell and Kodak combo. Otherwise, I've got to put the clean juice back in. So now that should give us audio. Yep, I can just about hear that. And then this now can connect. Let me zoom out a bit. This is ridiculous. What are we doing? That can go into there. In one way this is good, because then what you can do is fit a GBO clean power. Well, in fact all you have to do is swap your front board. It might be that or even maybe fix the front board. So that's now, we can power that up as we did before, where nothing works. And now shall we leave it on to see if while it's on, we magically see the screen work. So this is now going to work one way or the other. It's going to show widescreen or the Game Boy, basically. So this is the moment of truth. So black on black and red on. So are we ready? Are we going to get absolutely nothing? Why is the backlight not working? What's going on today? The wires are still on? Or is it the other way around maybe? It might be that the inner one is there. It's got to be, hasn't it? That the in fact, if we've done this anyway, it might have damaged the backlight controller on the Game Boy, but it wasn't working anyway on this, which is something I never thought of, because if this is the issue, you know, if the backlight isn't working, the backlight circuit's already bad, if you know what I mean. So, but what I should have done is soldered the wires to either side of this to figure out which is which. And I'm guessing the separate one on the back here is actually the backlight, and the other one goes to the Game Boy. So all we've done there is sent the 13 volts to the actual Game Boy on the 13 volt rail. It's just that it's going to the output side of the 13 volt circuit, which you normally wouldn't want to do because it might damage things. It's like a presumption it will damage. There we go. So the backlight on that, you can see it shining through. So it's the other way around. So we will have to do a new photo now of this for the wiki, like so. Well, we don't need that connected while we're doing the photo. We need to do it like that and screenshot that, and then let's go back to here a minute. Let's say badges need separate two words from get blah 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 site image logo and then one bad so wait, separate two sections. The second rail floating this discussed involving blah blah blah. So I don't think I mentioned on there which way around it was. I thought I'd mentioned it was top or bottom. You need to separate the two parts of it and get a set of tweezers sections slightly darker on the other, then one pads, blah blah. Once you've done that, you can now see in the photo above, the second section is below and floating. This disconnects 13-volt wire we inject into the screen and ribbon. Yeah, so I didn't actually mention which way around it was, so that's now the right way. And now we go back to this again, and let's do another drum roll. This goes in here. This can go in here. Then that kind of wants to roll over, so we can turn it on. So he's on, and here we go again for about the 7th time now. Are we going to get widescreen? If we get widescreen, the screen is unfortunately dead. If it comes on, we can fix it. And here we go. Ah, so nothing. Let's try on and off just to be sure. Yeah, nothing at all. So, very last resort is, considering this isn't going to work as is, if my microscope worked, we could inspect the ribbon. So let's see now that this is cooled. Have I got to send this back to Blackmagic because it's knackered, or is my microscope now working? Yay! So this microscope, I'm going to have to put a switch on it then, or unplug it, because it clearly doesn't like being run permanent when it's hot. So, can we see that now? Yeah, so what we've got to do is look for any damage on this ribbon. That's what we need to do. And that looks all good to me. So, I guess we can take this out, because I'm presuming there's no harm in taking this out now. It can be restuck down if needed. And do the classic twist method to get this out nice and safely. And now here is the pixels are that big on this, you can see every individual pixel. So there's the actual. If you ever wondered what an LCD looks like, and I get enough light on there that you guys can see that. There's the red, green and blue pixels. So that's how big they are in the GBA. And then here's my where's my tweezers? Here's my tweezers. So they are actually quite big. Here's my finger. So yeah, you know, the actual individual pixels are quite, like, you can literally see the pixels are that big. So when they come on, you'd be able to zoom in and see every pixel basically. You won't see that on a modern screen because obviously they get way more compact. So now we want to strip this apart actually, so let's move that out of the way a minute. The job here is to get the cage off first, which has just got tabs on the sides here, but if you just basically put your fingers in, you can normally separate it enough without tools to get the front cage off. And this is just to help protect the screen from flex and things breaking. But because this is obviously non-working at the moment, we will separate. The funny thing is, the backlight circuit mustn't be working either because it doesn't come on. So, I mean, the other interesting thing is we could test this in a GBA SP to yeah, I don't know that we can get that off. Might be easier to get the backlight off first, I think. So get this bit off here. There we go. So there's two little tabs. You probably can't see I'm getting these two little tabs here off with my fingers because they are bedding in when we're bending the screen around. And then down here, this is where you want to separate carefully, because this is the main gubbins. It blew the first fuse on the power switch. What's the humming noise there? It's the AC, because the microscope camera overheated and wouldn't work. There we go, so that's now coming off gently. And there's the tape. So there's basically adhesive tape there that you take off carefully. Now we've got this on. Here's the driver chips of the LCD. This is what you see on the Game Gear, for example, where you see 3 of them. These are bonded to the glass. So this will be removable normally, this cover. And I don't know how much we're going to be able to see or do, but this comes off. This is where the ribbon all connects to the glass. So this is a glass bonded thing. You can kind of repair these in a way, not always. And then you have the other driver here. So these are integrated circuits, if you will, LCD driver control chips that are bonded to the glass of the screen. And you can, in this instance, you can literally see all the integrated glass controllers, because, like I say, these are such low resolution, and we've got a microscope now. We can kind of zoom right in. It's not something you could do on any modern one, and you can literally see. So there's the. Is that going to go bright enough? No, so it's super bright to my eye, but the this camera lens does not want to pick that up any brighter. That's a shame, because I can see that clear as day with my eyes. But there we go. Look at that. That's the actual circuit inside the glass. So you're going to have there transistors ultimately baked inside the glass, like semiconductors, and you can literally see all the patterns and where they come from. So you can see as it bonds to the glass, like these 2 pins here, then it goes to the glass's circuits, and then this is traces all running inside the glass. So this is the IC, and then these are the traces, and this is glue that bonds it. So this is stuff you'd never normally see on modern screens because it's so fine, whereas on this one you can literally see all of the parts. So all these traces then are the rows, and they go all the way around. You can see them all, and there's a wire for every single row on the LCD. So each one of these glass driver chips here, this glass, silicon, this silicon driver chip here, drives loads of rows, hundreds of rows on the screen. So it's like 100 and what is the Game Boy? Game Boy Advance, I can't even remember now. I think it's 160 by 100 and something, isn't it, the GBA? So this would be like 80 pins on there. You can even read the laser engraved 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this is an ident here, this little rectangle in the bottom corner. That's for the laser machines to align themselves when they are connecting these. If you had a machine, you could also repair this, and then the same on this up here. There's a factory again in China you can watch on TikTok where, say you had a single trace on here that wasn't, like a single row that wasn't working, they can align a machine that lines up with these individual rows and then uses a laser pulse to re-solder the trace, in a sense, like, because the joints are normally simply weak connections, like where they're bonded. So all we're looking for anyway along this is any bonding issue. There's no point warming this up as such if we can't see an issue. So you can see the dark orange here. This dark orange is normal copper on this flexible ribbon, and then this gunk here is just bonding it down, but this will be making contact with the conductive glass under here. So we're looking for anything there that looks not bonded well, but to be honest, nothing stands out. That's just a fleck of dirt. There's the cool looking part of the circuit. That's pretty sick. Yeah, nothing standing out as such. So now let's just check our actual flexible circuit. Maybe zoom out a bit so you can see more. We'll look for any damage on this. Oh, there you go. There's your problem. Ta-da! So it can be fixed. This is ripped. So there's your problem. Oh, fun. What time are we on? 20 past 4. It's going to be a fun repair. Yeah, good news, but that'll be why it's not working. Oh, it's been a long day. I need a coffee. We'll repair this, but it's definitely coffee time now. Right, back in 2 seconds. Yeah, I was literally saying, oh, you could repair this and it's going to take a while. Right then, big jug of coffee on the way. Right then, big pot of coffee. Hey, right then, what are we going to do? You know, one of these wires as well, or two of these, I bet go. Oh yeah, there you go. I was going to say, two of these will go back to the backlight. So see these two? I'll guarantee you, these two go around, and there you go. There's the 13-volt wire. So because these two are torn, that's why we're not seeing the backlight come on. So when we've injected that voltage the wrong way by mistake, it wouldn't have gone to the Game Boy anyway. And then you'll have a few control lines here. So luckily, because the edge is torn, that's why injecting that voltage on the wrong pins wouldn't have done anything in this case. So we're lucky there. Silver wire, I don't think I sell that, but I was just thinking that when I was making the coffee. Where have I even put it? Because we will ideally want it for this. Not in there. Don't you love it when you clean stuff up? I think it was just on my desk, to be honest. Down here somewhere. It's nowhere to be seen now. Maybe in my tub of bits, components, maybe. What have I actually done with that wire? Genuinely can't find it. To be honest though, because those two outer wires need to be thicker because of the backlight. They're only drawing like 10 or 20 milliamps, but the outer two need to be thick at least. The main time saver is that they're already pre-stripped, but I don't know where I've put my wire. Let's see if I can nick any off that, but I don't think that's got any. Yes, so there we go. Luckily, I give Zach some. This is a molybdenum, did we call it? Molybdenum wire or something, like ridiculously strong wire. So this will actually, this is the, we said the wire that handles high current as well. So, oh, that isn't, this isn't the hairline stuff. But can I move them away a bit because I need a bit more room to work. There we go. It's better. Yeah, this stuff is 0.1mm wire. See, being so zoomed in, we need a lot of light. There we go. So, yeah, that's 0.1. That's the width of the trace. So this will be perfect. And I think the only problem with this is you can't cut the damn stuff though. It's that strong you can't cut it. What about my normal Kynor wire? This, I think this is 0.2. Oh yeah, that's getting tight. That's too thick really. So it's gonna have to be the, I wish I could find the other wire. I don't know what I've done with it. It's like the super fine wire. I'll put it somewhere safe, as I do with everything. Kynor wire there. I haven't used it in that long. I think it's ended up falling somewhere. Clean up these Game Boys as well. Some Game Boys that don't work. One last look for the wire. See, I think I've got a feeling I just put it up out the way somewhere because I wasn't using it. I don't know where the hell that is. No, okay, so we need to use the 0.1mm wire. Yes, we have the Big Bro labels. See, we've got drills, so we can have the Big Bro box, but that's got drill bits in. Not what we need. Oh well, we'll roll with this. Let's make some progress. So ignoring the wire for now, first thing I'm going to do is put this plastic strip back on here first, protecting it. So if I zoom out a bit, go down, I want to just cover this back with the protective kind of semi-hard coating thing, just to stop anything else moving. It's just kind of a barrier protection thing. So I think that's actually backwards, I think it's this way. There we go, so that goes over there. Just adds a bit of rigidity and strength back to the frame. And then we'll fix this. And now, ignoring the wire then, first thing we've got to do is expose this. This is where it's tricky to expose. If you use a grinder, you'll kind of indent this smooth Kaptony thing. I always forget the name, I forgot it the other day and I forgot it again. Polyamide. So the best way I find to strip this is just a scalpel. So if we get a scalpel blade, I need to zoom in really myself so I can see. There we go. And what I want to do is, the top surfaces here are probably, see, this is going to be hard to get light on this without it getting in the way of my hands. You want to scrape away like this, and then we've got more control. And we've only got one chance of this because, well, we obviously just have. So can I move that light even further away a minute? I'll work in a bit of darkness just so I've got, that light is so annoying. Maybe up there. One of the lights gets in the way of my hand basically. I think that's already full brightness, isn't it? Yeah, that makes no difference. Right, so you're just going to have to have it a bit dark while I do this then. So, blade flat on, scrape up to expose the copper. And if we break them, we break these vias, we're screwed basically. Because there's no way you're repairing the vias, so we need to stay away from them vias. And slowly just scrape away. I could do with giving you more light so you can see it, but the light gets in my way. So you can see you've got the copper there, and I'm basically just digging. You kind of don't know where the scalpel's on until you see something change. So once you start scraping and something appears, that's where you know the impact point is on the scalpel. So then you can kind of move the scalpel based on that. And that should have exposed now all of the copper on there. So that bit wasn't too bad. We can tin that up, but next we want to do this bit, and because this is going to flex, this is the problem with this. So what I'm thinking is getting a, that's hard to see because this looks like an absolute mess under the scope, but just my metal heat deflective shieldy thing, don't know what these are used for. I'm going to try and slide that under. Dental pick's too pointy, it'll definitely just not work well. There we go, so that acts as a nice little bridge to push on, and now I can hopefully scrape away at them traces. There we go. So it's just about getting the right angle to expose and remove that polyamide, because it's quite a hard plasticky coating, and it's not the same as grinding away silk screen. So that is hopefully the prep work. And we've got to be careful around here with IPA as well, because we don't want IPA getting on the screen and soaking in and stuff, so you just got to remember that as we're working away. And now, I guess the trick here is going to be zooming right in and soldering that wire on. Wow, this needs some serious light when you zoomed in. Or there we go. In fact, I could have used the taken the Barlow lens off and got closer, but I think that's a good enough view. My concern with using this other wire is it's like fucking indestructible. So let me see if I can cut this on, like say this rubber in a minute. Yes, this molybdenum wire thing, I can't even cut it with scalpels. So what we're going to end up doing is soldering that wire on, and then it not being able to, I won't be able to cut it or trim it. So I could do with finding really my silver wire, but I genuinely can't find what I've done with it. Let me see if I can find the silver wire, because the enamel wire is, yeah, famous last words. I knew it would be. It is every time I say it. I need to stop saying it, because I don't think I've worked on a GBA yet that hasn't been a pain in the ass. The enamel wire is a little bit thick. It's like, it's going to become, I'm going to be knocking the previous solder joint off as I'm going along. But that looks like it's where I think this is heading, because I can't find the other wire. And get my hands in these once more. Check under here. Oh, I found it, I think. Oh no, it's the molybdenum again. So that's still the wrong one. Nope. So we are forced to use the fat wire. I'm tempted to just use my normal wire at this point, but shall we see if we can use that red and black wire we used earlier. Think will fit. Yes, that'll fit. One joint, no problem. That's just one of them wires. So we've got to repair 8 traces that are the width of this one wire. So can I use this? Oh, yeah, never thought of that. Stranded wire. That's a damn good idea. I thought you were joking at first, and I realised that is the solution. Let's now. Oh, I've got to cut my fancy wire. Let me get another strip of it. There we go. That's a brilliant idea. Wow, these cutters are shit. They won't even cut. There we go. You watch one strand, there's going to be thicker than thicker than the trace still. Right then, yay! I think this is going to work, you know. Wrong one. Then scalpel away a minute. What do we reckon? Here comes. There's the wire. There's the strands. Get in. So let's pull one strand out. Yoink. Look at that, you beaut. That's a 0.05mm strand. That's what we want. Right then, let's get to work. So, flux, pre-tin. So this should be. What's that noise? What's clicking? Something on my desk is clicking. the hell is clicking? Genuinely, something's going. What? Have I turned on the Game Boy? The Game Boy is clicking at me. The Game Boy is going on, off, on, off, on, off. Right, so flux and soldering iron. Just go over all that, and this just rub over, and like magic, look at that, done. And now comes the fun part. We get, what I'm going to probably do is just use a strand per one straight the way through, and you just touch down like so, and it's kind of a bad image for you guys, but that is now on. Is this just a case of trying to get that glare to go, maybe? I don't think at that magnification level you can get rid of the glare somehow. It's like just because it's so small. Yeah, solder wick strands are probably yeah, same really, but in fact they've even got flux in as well. But we have our solution now. Yeah, big fat thing, big fat wire. Right, so that's there, and then we just line up the next one. And this is the problem you're going to have, is try not to knock the other ones off as you go. So really I probably want to work from the other way. So we want to go, and this is where I probably would want probably the one exception where I want the really small tip. Like there's almost never, I can do it with this iron, but there's, like, this is a perfect use case for my JBC Nano, which has got a fat tip on. Even the nano irons I've got, I've put fat tips on. So let me put a skinny tip on this. See, this is actually a perfect use case for the B Nano. An actual fine job. This is the first time I've probably ever thought of using a oh, and you know what? Let's use that. Let's use the crazy point. Remember this thing I brought and said it's of no use. Oh, I bet it's not going to fit in the micro either. Oh, it's going to have to go in the big one. I've got that super fine tip. Let's go on to there a minute. Remember this iron tip that I said is perfect for melting plastic? Look at that. Perfect for this job. But it only fits in the fat iron, so unfortunately the Nano still isn't going to get its job. Because I've even got any tips that fit in. Oh, I put them all in there, Zach's station actually. Let me grab it out of Zach's station. What a job. Oh, where's the tips gone? Now I've got... Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever brought any tips for the tiny one. I've only brought the big... Yeah, I actually haven't brought a fine point tip for the fine iron. So we are going to have to use my normal iron, but it would have been a great use for it. And we'll put this Chinesium superfine tip on. I kind of don't want to push on it though, because I've now partially put it in. I don't know if it's on and heating up. And I can't push down. This is interesting. I'm going to probably... is that in now? Yeah, that's in. Right then. So another strand of wire. What about one of those mini wear irons? Yeah, possibly. I think that's. I think I'll just give somebody one of them because I couldn't find the JVD, whatever it's called. Oh well, this tip. I think I've already bent the tip, touching so it. Oops. Yeah, I thought I jammed it in somewhat. Now I've got a bent tip. Okay, can we use the now funky bent tip? Does it even work? Wow, my hand's shaky. Jeez, I can't keep my hand still. This This is funny. It's the strangest soldering ever. Look at that. That's a perfect custom design tip. This is harder than using my normal iron. I mean, it's more controlled, but I don't know which hand to use the iron in. I can't make my mind up because I've got to pull. Got to pull the wire over, but also control the iron tip. I think it was much easier just doing what I was doing. Should probably just straighten this tip back out. I think it's the bent tip throwing me off. It's weird. I can't. That's just weird. Let's just take that off and. Oh yeah, it's even more bent now. Wow. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, the tip just flexes. I've just watched it and flex. Look, ta-da! That's China tip for you. Okay, let's just take that out. It looked cool until you started using it, and it just bends. So I will use then. Luckily, I have a kind of pointy tip. I have this one, so this is the actual JBC tip now, which is here. So pointier, but there we go. Actually transfers the heat. Oh, okay. Transfers that much heat. It managed to solder both at one go. Right, so that's top, that's bottom. Top looks like it needs a bit more solder. Of course it does. Not that much. That needs now a bit more flux. Drag over. You get off my iron tip a minute. Get back on there. What you can do as well, we could attach them all at the top. Which is probably quicker. Attach all the wires at the top. Put the solder resist on so it doesn't move, and then attach the ones at the bottom. I think that's what we'll do. Otherwise we'll just be, as we're going top and bottom, there's my wire, as we're going up and down on the other connections at the bottom, we're going to end up knocking the ones at the top off. So let's just tack them all on at the top. Oh, you really can't see that clear on this, can you? All that money I spent on this setup, and it's still. I think we said, didn't we? Let me just let me get this ball lens off a minute. This is what we said is the last thing I wanted to swap was the microscope for a proper one. Oh, thanks for the follow. Let's get this down here. Let's get this back on. And now I'll have to sit lower, but we should get a much clearer optical. So now I've got to scooch down. A couple of Xbox OGs, double RAM, fully loaded, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, you can use like fabric dye, can't you, as well on the thing to make it change colour, like if you boil the shell with fabric dye. That's a bit better for you. Now I'm sitting on the floor like a kid. Look at my face cam. Right, let's carry on. Tack these on, although I'll be here all day if I keep yakking and changing things. Let's just get the job done. Right, so wow, I'm not used to the how weird, just changing the zoom level of the microscope slightly. is very different to look at. There you go on there. Right, so that's them ones. Probably slide it down, and then yeah, we'll crop the tops off. We'll use solder resist to secure the top half, and then none of these wires then will come loose when we're soldering the bottom halves. That's the idea. I could actually get a straight piece of wire, it'd be nice. Oh, let's tweeze it. I'll tell you what, everything needs to be finer when doing this. Let's get super fine tweezer tips. There we go. Oh well, even these aren't lined up. What? There. There's my iron. Oh, you come off together. Bugger off. We can go back to my other ones. Right, let's do them again. If the wires aren't nice and straight, then they don't like to sit good, so I'm just taking them last few off. And let's do that again. See how they lay nice and flat now? If you manhandle the wires too much and bend them, then you might as well start again. You want like a pull the wires straight out, keep it unbent, and then when you're placing it down, it's already nice and straight and flat, and you're gonna tack on easier. There we go. Where's my soldering tip? There we go. How would the ribbon even get ripped like that? It's on the edge of the metal cage, so it's probably there's no strain relief, so it probably just got caught on the metal cage at some part of its install, or when somebody's taken it out, I would say. Yeah, it might be behind the display, but it's on the, if you look where it is, it's on the very edge of where it comes out of the metal cage, I think. We'll soon see when we, well, I'm not going to put that metal cage back on, to be honest, because I'm just not, basically. Or I might do, we'll see how it goes back together. Probably want it back on, otherwise it's going to be, well, this part won't be weak because I'm going to reinforce it, but probably moving it around and stuff is going to be the problem. There we go, 2 more. Why did it have to be so many torn traces? Like, yeah, not 1, not 2. Just most of the ribbon. Last piece. Well, last piece for half of it. But the other half will be 2 seconds work because it can't come loose. And that is 1/2 done. So what we want to do now is zoom out a little bit. We want to trim all them wires at the top half where they're soldered. So we want to go down all here, just push a little bit. we go, that's them out of the way. Now it's starting to look neater. Ow, that was a scalpel in my finger. Rubbed my finger up the scalpel, the wrong edge of the blade. You go away. So now we need, the thing is we need to clean this first, otherwise the epoxy stuff, the conformal coating stuff will just stick to the flux, but we don't want to get flux on the screen, so we've got to be a bit sparse in with what we do here. And so that's there. And now we want to get some UV coating. Has Facebook not even worked? We've got like 0 people on Facebook apparently. Or is it that count thing again? Did I forget to click to even go live? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I don't think Facebook... Oh, did I actually... Yeah, we're live on TikTok, aren't we? I keep forgetting about TikTok again. I think Facebook dropped. I've just clicked in, like, no, it says we're live. Click into here. Yeah, we're live. Oh yeah, we had 1 or 2 comments on it actually, so that's that. TikTok though... Oh yeah, I forgot to message again. Not too many comments though. Do you fix E-Gate PCB? Not really, we stick to retro at the minute. I'm going to use my defunct bent tip as my applicator. So this now is going to become the applicator for UV resin. That's its new duty. It's no longer a soldering iron. It's an ultra-fine resin dropper. There we go. I did not want you to go on the other part because I need to solder that part. So I need it to go. This is going to be fun. That's going to be very fun. We need to maybe put that under there so it can't cure under there. That's what we're going to have to do. Otherwise, when the UV light hits that, it's going to cure onto the parts we're trying to work on. So UV light on there, and let's just hope it doesn't cure. Why is my UV light not working? That should have cured there, and I'm hoping it hasn't cured my bit underneath, which cured on top. Wicked. So it's clear and you can't tell, but there's a nice hard piece. And see that little ring there? That outer ring is now all UV cured. This is all underneath it, so we can move them around freely. But now, underneath where we want to solder, under here, isn't cured. So we should be able to solder to that now. Yep, so that's all hopefully solderable under there. But when we're soldering then, hopefully nothing moves. Not going to need to lie down after the stream. Yeah, I'm going to need chill as well after this. This was meant to be a stream where I got loads done, and as per usual, 2 simple jobs, and this has been a crazy long stream. So what we should be able to do is, firstly we want to try and get this back up to the same height. We want to kind of wedge this ribbon up. And then we need to solder each of these down. So that's there, that's there, and there. So we could do them being straightish, like so. I'm almost going to use my hand to put these in position. Zoom in. Like that. I'm going to put a tiny blob of flux on. So, and we should be able to. Oh, where have you gone? Why have the wires moved? Oh wow, these are delicate. If we bend them into position, there we go. One on, two on, and what I'm going to do is tack them in place. That's a bit of the UV cure. I'm going to tack them in place, cut them to length, and then we can tidy them up if we need to once they're the right length. I've got a tiny bit of cured resin, that's that weird gunky stuff you've seen there. That kind of, there's a ball of gunk here. That's all of them on, but what we do now is cut them clean so it starts looking like it's not a complete and utter half job, because trust me, they are actually on. And then when it looks a bit cleaner, we can straighten up if we need to. Get all these stranglers off. There we go. So now we're getting somewhere. So all we need to do is a bit more IPA on there to see. And let's just zoom in and make sure everything's on, and we can probably line these up. Oh yeah, but something else goes on here, that'll be annoying. If we break one of these wires, it's annoying. So just because they're not perfectly in line, we don't want to also mess around too much, because if they're on and we cover them in epoxy, well, UV resin, and they're all good, there's no need for them to be perfectly straight. So like that, for example, we're actually on fine there. There's no issues with that. Get the lighting on any better. Like that is perfectly fine. All them traces are on. It's just that if you zoom in ridiculous with your microscope, you could always kind of tweak and move them around, but you really don't need to, they're all on. So what I'm going to do there is put more cure on now. So both of these sides have the UV cure with my UV cure applicator. And now this doesn't matter too much about having too much on, in a sense, because it's still going to flex. And let's get that over. Where's my zoomy thing? Wow, that looks so far away. This is now fully zoomed in. This is a fully zoomed in image on the overhead camera. I'm not used to the microscope. It looks like we're miles away, but this is actually like my fingers there. So we've just done, what, 8 traces that aren't even a quarter of the width of my pinky finger. So, I mean, coffee cup to scale. Okay. Let's get a scale. There's a coffee cup, there's a hand. There's the traces we've just done. There's not much that's that thin, to be honest. And like I say, that wire is all the traces put together. Spill coffee all over, yeah, that wire. It'll still work. Right, so I guess before we do anything else, does it work? Otherwise, that was a big ass waste of time. And I won't bother assembling this, trust me. After this is done, I'm going to chill, and then we can I'll assemble it off stream nice and slowly and in peace. Right, so I presume we don't need this backlight bypass now, because literally the traces running to that were broke, so that's going to have been the issue there. So I'm pretty sure this can just get plugged into the Game Boy completely normally and work, you would say. Oh yeah, Rusty's tried come up as well. I've when I went make the coffee, I got him in the living room with a banana so we'd go and sit and chill, because he's been pestering to come up, but he won't enjoy it in here, just sitting behind me, and we wouldn't get much work done either. Right, there we go, that's the backlight resoldered. I can go back there. Let me put my Barlow lens back on before I forget. And lift this. Oh, that's how low the microscope was, by the way. So, can't even, like, if I put the thumb on top, I can't get under the microscope. So, that's how close the microscope was for the zooming in order to see those traces. And now I can go back up to somewhere like there. I'll probably unplug the microscope now as well, so it doesn't get 10 million degrees. This thing is genuinely, well, you've seen it on the thermal, it literally hits nearly 100 degrees static, which it's got to be right, surely. It's a Blackmagic camera, but maybe they normally attach them to rigs, so what I might do is, how it's got all this, you know, it's got the micro connectors there, I might just attach more metal, like a little rig on it. I don't really want the noise of a fan, it's like, but it also has been boiling in here, so it's kind of like, you don't normally get this heat in the UK, and it was on for like, what, 2 hours I bet on the stream before we started using it, but these things are designed for 24-hour running, so that shouldn't have overheated. And it might not have, it might have just been a fluke with the, what are you going on? It might have been a fluke with the capture card, but it's funny how cooling it off, it worked again. I just think more metal, just more physical metal on there would stop it overheating anyway. This is kind of annoying as well, because it doesn't want to, yeah, it's just flying off. What to do with this power? Let's put the power over there. There we go. Fan away. I mean, we could just put the cage back on as well, because it's done either way, isn't it? But let's just connect it up. Let's see if our work was any good. That goes over. We have batteries in. Are we ready? It's going to be miserable if this doesn't work, isn't it? Da-da! There we go. Working screen. So now, let's connect the backlight wire thing. Which should, so you've seen it working there without that wire, and then this wire, I'm sure, just makes it come on slightly brighter. In fact, let's actually do this wire properly, because the other thing I've seen everybody do with this is look at the length of that wire, like way too long for attaching to that pin. So what I'd do is trim this wire nice and short, like just the tiniest bit of wire. To be honest, that wire is probably 3 times the length of the wires we've just soldered. And now you can attach that to there. If I tweak that, there we go. If I go onto there now, you can get a nice clean connection. Like that. Oh, it says I haven't even soldered it on. I'm definitely used to my knife tip on this iron. There we go, so that's now on. Solid and not touching. And the other thing is, it's right by the resistor as well. It's like, it's not the best place for a wire. So I'd probably, if this works, I'll blob a little bit of that coating over there as well. So now, back in the case, and you'll see the difference. I think, like I say, it just makes the backlight brighter. It turns it onto like the default full brightness mode, I think is all that does. So that in there, back over again, And now, let's see if we see the difference. There you go. Oh. Now we get the pulsing. So, is that just bad power? Is that even the right pin? I'm pretty sure that's the right pin. And these batteries could be weak. Oh yeah, just weak batteries. There we go. I think this speaker. I think the speaker pins there were shorting on there somewhere. Oh, also, no, it's your power switch, isn't it? I said your power switch is terrible. We need to fix your power switch for you. I knew there was something we'd forgot. So, nearly finished. Let's just fix that power switch. That's an easy job now. Right then, one last job. So back over here, we will put some of the conformal coating UV cure stuff over there a second, so that doesn't move when we're messing. So that goes over there, and it's just like I'm just using this as a mechanical mounting, if you will, and it's easy enough to snap off if you really wanted to remove it. So can be generous there. It's not that critical. It's just to, you know, stop the end of the wire moving around, basically. There we go. And now that's rock solid. So that wire now, when you move the wire, see how it's not moving the connection, so that's not going to come off. Right, power switch. So, oh yeah, there's your bridged fuse. That's fixed. Your main issue will be this power switch though. This is crazy poor for contact. So we slide under there. And watch when you're doing this. A lot of people, when they do this, they flick solder in your face because they lift that up and fling solder up at your face. So just be careful if you're doing that, that you keep your eyes out the way of the direction of that metal cage. And lift the gauge off, and then this is going to be what an unclean power switch. Where's the power switch gone? Perfect finish to the video. Oh, he's there. I thought we'd lost your power switch. It just flung off. So that's the grime and dirt, and this is the power switch, which on the back has little springs that make contact, and they are dirty as well. Just got to be really careful when you clean these springs though, because they've just clipped into the plastic. So for cleaning them springs, a little bit of sandpaper, and just very gently, and I mean very gently on this, because if this comes out you're kind of screwed. Like, just get another switch, but put it on there just ever so lightly. Just rub it. Don't do too much on there, and that just polishes the tips of those metals there. And then in here, again, ironically, just your tweezers. Just go in there, and nothing better than just tweezers. Don't need anything else. Spanky gold. Then get your cotton wool bud that's vanished. There's a cotton wool. That's right, everything's disappearing. Get another cotton wool bud then. And now just clear off what you've scraped around in there. So soaked in IPA, rub, and there we go. Hey, evening, welcome in. You've just missed, oh, and there's the tip. You just missed a right fun adventure. So that's the crap off the switch now. And this then should work fine once we flip this back over, put it back in there, and then if you remember, where's the cage gone? I'm sure something's on my desk eating stuff. Where's the cage gone? The cage has definitely vanished. My desk is clean as well. Where's my cage gone? Anything on camera showing where I put my cage? Or some gremlin running off with it? Yeah, see, I've got move that out of the way. I've got an Xbox hard drive I've got to do. I've got an Amiga I've got to do. I've got loads I was meant to do, and I've literally got through 2 Game Boys. Q5 looks damaged next to power switch. Ooh, what on earth? Yeah, well, how the hell is that even surviving? That's a good catch. I need to go get you another cage. The cage has literally vanished. Or is it stuck on this? How did I take the cage off and say, right, be careful with this, and then it's gone. It's definitely gone. I swear sometimes you couldn't make it up. It's like, it can't have gone anywhere else. I'm sat here. And it genuinely isn't here. Oh well, another cage off another Game Boy. I don't know what happened to that. We'll get it off this really bad Game Boy that has actually got a decent cage. So, the one that's completely green has a really nice cage. I'll just swap you that Q5 as well, because that's that does not look normal. You watch, as soon as I take this cage off, I'll find yours. I'll go to put this down, and I'll put it down exactly where I happen to place yours. That's what'll happen. And I need to put my solder tip back on, because I can't use this pointy tip. Right, and if I was going to take that off, I'd go over here, place it there. And yours isn't there. So there goes that theory. Oh well, got a spare one. We'll find it when I wrap everything up. So we've got that cage off. Let's put the cage on first. So back to here. Let me put my soldering iron tip on before I go nuts with that pointy tip, because I cannot use pointy tip. I also can't use the JBC tool extractor tool. I never got used to using that tool extractor thing. Right, now where's my actual tip? Maybe this one. Right, it's got the decent tip back on. So we put the power switch over there. Put it right in front of it. Yeah, I probably knocked it off when I've I mean, it's not stuck to me, is it? No, it's not on me. Not on the floor anywhere I can see. No, mystery. Right, so that's on. Get the new cage. So you've even got a brand new cage. Rest it over, and you want to then not the solder that side. Not the solder that side. It's kind of just wiggle it around and solder a few times until it goes into position, basically. That looks slanted as hell, that does. Yeah, Soldier 9 is JBC. I'm actually sponsored by them. You'll see a little sponsored by above my head. So this is the B-Iron 500, battery powered as well, so you can basically move your hands around. So literally battery powered, and I can kind of swap hands as I need to get into position. and then they do tweezers, which I have down here. So they've got the B tweezers, and then they do a little nano one, so a really small, like pencil size one, still just as powerful, but this one doesn't last very long, whereas this one, you've seen me use it, like I'll use it all the time. It's my permanent iron, and it just never runs out and never struggles with anything really. Right, so that's power cage back on. Now this is that step on, right? This is the critical step. Then if we move the switch, it's hard to tell, but this is loose. See how the thing wobbles up and down like that, and it's loose. So move it to this side, get the tip of this and push in firm down there and rub a line in. It looks messy, but trust me, this makes the power switch ace. You get an indent there, move it that side and indent the other side. And like I say, it doesn't look professional, but now rock solid. And this might physically, there you go, see how it's not wobbling now. So that's how I always restore the original switches if you want to. Now let's get this little, I mean the Q5's working, but it's definitely slanted, so let's at least unslant the Q5 and nudge him back into position, because that, I mean, I might swap him because he looks like he's hanging out of the cage there. That might not last. Yeah. There's the leg. How on earth this was even working, I don't know, but let's take him off. And I thought I'd found the cage then, but it's the power switch I've taken off. Let's rob the Q5 off this board. It's covered in a bit of green, so let's just flux him up a bit. I've been streaming that long, my TV is telling me it's going to turn off on me. That'll be a wonderful finish. Just I'll be mid-stream just about finished and I won't see anything. And this back on. In fact, that needs a bit of solder, so I'll probably just solder this back on now. Nothing like an easy Game Boy repair. We'll be on this for 15 minutes and then we'll get on to some serious work. That was like 3.5 hours ago. And so there's that. I don't know why I'm so far away as that. Oh no, it's fully zoomed in. In fact, I can do my digital zoom. There we go. Because I'm actually using this as my microscope. There we go. And then swap hands. Let's go to the other side. And there's a nice actual level Q5. And so, does this now still work, hopefully? And the power switch is all clean and sorted. There's my applicator for that can live next to it. Pointy tip. You go there. There's on there, and then we've got to put the cage back on as well, I suppose, as well. Might as well get that put back on. That's on there. Batteries in, and now we shouldn't get that dodgy issue with the power switch. There we go. One restored AES. So this is the original Game Boy. So this is a real Game Boy screen. Now, I suppose, finishing touches. Let's just clean the screen, put the cage back on. I don't know whether wrap it up and just actually assemble it or not. Otherwise we're just leaving it in a half done state, aren't we? I normally just do the wrapping up after stream, but what you can do to clean these, you can put IPA on. You just put IPA on your cloth, put the tiniest bit on, and then use the dry side and rub. Because the IPA will still clean, you just don't want it going in and behind the backlight layer is all it's about. So as long as you know how much to use, the IPA actually acts as a degreaser mainly. So this is then nice and clean. So there's only really a minor scuff on it, if anything. That might be. Look at that for clean. That's dust. There's like maybe a minor scuff there. This is zoomed right in. So pretty immaculate screen there. And like I said, that's zoomed right that way in. So when you zoom out, it's not far off a minted screen. Let's get that in the light there. Oh, your TV's going to turn off in 30 seconds. Yeah, so you've got a tiny scuff there that you struggle to see in normal light. Let me keep my TV on so it doesn't turn me off. But for a 20 plus year old screen, that's pretty good. So now the cage can go back on. So this just covers that, and then if we look at where it is, yeah, it rests on this metal, this open metal here. So this part of the cage is just a flat edge, and that's exactly where it's ripped. Shall we take one last look at the repair, fully zoomed in before it goes away? Yeah, so that's the size of that repair we've just done. In fact, my torn finger skin is about as wide as that. So now when that goes on, you can see the tear has happened right on that line. So that's definitely what's caused it. But then if we clip that back over, you can see now where the tear was, or is in a sense. That's covered now with that coating, so it's not, but this folds over like that. So see how that's bending off when we fold it over. So that protection is kind of bending off. So what I'd probably do is I'll tape this, because we don't want to damage all that work we've done there, folding it and breaking it. So it shouldn't break folding, but I reckon we get this assembled so that it's all in and working before, you know, like you say, you want this all working and assembled really, and then just appreciate the original screen. That's back in, good switch, still working. And then can we fold that over? Yes, we can. So what I'm going to do is turn it off a second. I'm going to fold this ribbon over and secure it in place, folded already, so that it's all done and in place, like so. And we'll just do some electrical tape on there. And then we're not folding the actual join, if that makes sense. We are, where's my scissors? We're leaving the soldered joint almost fully straight and taping the ribbon folded after it, and hopefully it fits in the shell like that. So that's going to keep that in place, like so. And then you've still got, so you've got that protective coating over the top, kind of sticking out, which we could trim off. There we go. So now that's all clean and sorted. Probably see it better on this angle now. There you go. So there's all the repaired connection, and it's taped in place, so this won't flex on that. And now I've got to figure out how to assemble this the opposite way. And so we do all the buttons in the front shell. Bum, bum, bum. Light pipe, which everybody always forgets, the little light pipe that goes there. That's an SP speaker we don't need here. Batteries I don't need yet. I've got the sticky tape on there, which I believe these just sit in, if I remember rightly, just exactly. Oh, there's the point. We're not going to know position wise. Let me just flip that over a minute. Lay that in position, do all this again. I can't remember, I'm pretty sure it's the far left edge it goes. Yeah, far left edge. Like so. There we go. So that's in, and then you can obviously put your new screen on after, so I'll leave that screen off. I'll tape it on backwards when we're done. And that's in. And then you're safe to push this out and stuff. This isn't fragile now, a screen, just be careful of that end. But you can put your fingers on there, push it through, clean it again. If you want to, reposition and move it. It's not like the screen's fragile as such, it's just that specific area. Don't go pushing on that, basically. Oh yeah, the ones that's worse for me is PC engines. When I assemble PC engine GTs and I forget to put the power switch in them, and then it's like a full strip down, like you have to get the motherboard out to get the power switch in, I'm sure. What rubbers did you have in? Did you have grey or blue? I suppose it doesn't matter. You can well, you can either tell me now right before I put it in, or I can put your blue in. I can't remember which one come in or out, but I'm pretty sure you had blue in, because I'm guessing that grey was from the original console stripped. Yeah, it's got to be antique, because there's no way you had grey and another console I opened had blue in. That's definitely not the thing. So you put all them in. We need to probably put this in first, so we need to take this ribbon out and do that, and then connect this up. So this will go here, and I think I know what's going to happen here. The tape is not going to let this fold backwards where we want, but we will see. That will sit upside down over there. Yeah, so this wants to sit like that. In fact, looks like it's going to be just about right. That goes that way, and typically goes over there. Somewhere like that. Speaker in. Where's my tweezers going in? Scissors are back. Tweezers. Speakers all the way the wrong way. There we go. That's in, that's in. Buttons in. That will fit. So we are good there to screw down while everything's in. So everything's locked in position where we want. You make me want to upgrade my old GBA. See, the benefit of if you fit a clean screen, it just drops in the original shells, no soldering, nothing required. You can just unscrew it and drop in a clean screen. So that's one of the upgrades you can do, nice and simply. And then it's always reversible if you wanted to go back to stock. So that's all in now. That can rest on the pins because it's plastic, so where that sits now is perfectly fine. It looks a bit janky, but it all physically fits in. This I'm going to hook over there. Go to there for now. Maybe we'll put a little conformal coating on that, or a tiny bit of tape. No, probably a little bit of conformal coating. I remember how annoying these are now when we used to do these. The old school AES screens. This was it'd drive people nuts with OCD because they're very difficult to get in any kind of nice looking orientation or clean setup because of all of these wires and adapters and things that don't fit nicely. There's that one, and we will put another blob further down here. And that at least keeps that wire in position if nothing else. So now we have, it's what it is, isn't it, basically? It's not as neat as a modern clean screen install, but for an original with the adapters that they had at the time, it's not that bad. Yeah. Do we still work now we're pretty much assembled, or do we? I'll tell you, let's just finish the assembly anyway, because we've only got to put triggers in, and a power switch and a back cover on. And that's all that over. Battery springs. Of course, the trigger falls out. There we go. And then hold that together. Quick battery test. Yay, still working. There we go. And then all the buttons feel solid. Got my pink chalk pen on there. Yep, all good. Time to screw together. That's the right bit. There's 3 screws holding it together. You had the Clean Juice AA in, so let's reinstall that, which is basically place these over the battery springs. They don't need to go all the way down, so they go right the way down and hit the plastic. They don't need to be. They can be slightly up. and then just install the batteries. So that way around first, if you like, or maybe not actually, we'll probably do the other one. I think the other one's better to go in first. There we go, and then that one that way, and then that folds down. And now what you can do on this one, or what you should do, is you basically align the USB with the cover like that roughly, and it falls through, and then just lock it in, clip in, and then see how it doesn't yet lock in. Well, it does in this case, but it doesn't normally. What you then do is, while it's not locked in, you put the USB in, wriggle and pull back out, and it kind of aligns it all for you. So now it's solid in there. And then obviously, as you charge, our back covers have thin plastic there, so you can see the charge light through the cover. And then now fully charged, now we have a screen. So that's that one, original AES 101 screen. So we put the lens in backwards, just for now. Yeah, it's fine. Probably shouldn't have put it in that hard. Well, yeah, you can get a fingers in there or a sucker on, so it'll protect the screen. So I'll just put it on like that. But I suppose if we rest it over, maybe I don't want it to stick back in. You know, in my look, yeah, I think if I posted it like that, it would be harder to get out. But look at the dirtiness of that lens. But yeah, that screen's nice. You know what, I tell you what, we better test it works on a game. After all that, we have. I wonder if our broken bad PCB actually works randomly. That customer's from the other day, and if not, let's try. I don't know, this Pokemon. What did we say this would be on GBA? Sapphire, maybe? Did we say? Yeah, that's nice. The thing is, I'm not used to seeing the clean screen, which is so similar now, and this is how I play. See how I said I play my clean screen dark with pixel grid? That's because this is exactly what it's emulating. So that versus like the clean screen is so similar, because that's why I made the clean screen look like this, because people forget that this is what the original screen looks like. So it's like, that is original screen, and tell me that doesn't look very similar to the clean screen's grid lines and stuff. The V4, no, it's alright. Well, no, I'll probably buy one, because now I've done this, it's kind of making me want an original. And to be honest, this was like, say, one of the first shells I ever made was this grey. So I'm kind of tempted to buy an AES 101 and build a GBA stock like this. Because that, I mean, even the audio, mind you, it's got clean amp. I'm going to say even the audio's fine, but that's actually got a clean amp. Or has it? No, it hasn't, has it? That's stock audio, so I'm probably going to buy one and build one. Like, just like this. But then, yeah, it'll be fun trying to find I should be able to find one on eBay. But yeah, I'm going to... yeah, this is that corrupt PCB, bad PCB, which I could either... What I'll probably do is... See, and then it randomly works. Well, I say it randomly works, it still won't really, but this is the known bad PCB. I'll probably sand this down, scan it, and replace this, basically. Just seeing if I can get it randomly boot, just for the fun. If not, we do want to test a GBO game, because GBO games boot differently than GBA, so you still want to test both. Oh yeah, no dead pixels for me. I want fully working screen. Yeah, there you go. So this is fully working. All good to go. So start. Left, right, down, select, start. Yep, that's about how a typical start button is on GBA. They're always a little bit firm, you notice on them. $150, $200 working. Yes, no matter. I'll earn myself that somehow. We need to get some super chats. Oh, full console, that's not too bad. I pay like, what do we pay these days? About £70 for a potentially working, maybe not working console. So an extra 60-70 for the screen isn't that bad. Right, there we go, all sorted. Time for me to go and see Rusty. So yeah, I didn't get much done there. I was expecting to get a lot more done. Dare I look at what I've got to get done? Oh, we never finished this. Did we finish this wiki? Once you've done that, you can now see a photo above second section. Now apply the third table. Ah, poop! Did I forget to paste the screenshot into the wiki? Oh, where's it gone? Actually, I better not do that in case I reveal any keys on my screen. Let me try and paste this image in. Ah, luckily I've got. Actually, I thought I did paste the. Oh, I did paste the screenshot in. Once you've done that, you can now top bottom line. Now apply the power back to the ribbon and test it fully works. Oh, we wanted a screenshot of it fully working, didn't we? That's what we wanted. So I'll just put that on as well. Take him off. Screenshot time. That looks daft. Let's take that off. You can go. How can I screenshot this with one hand? There we go. Move him. Move him over there. And screenshot. There we go. Or do we maybe show it with Pokemon at least? Oh. There we go. Get a screenshot of that. Oh, maybe this Pokemon's crap. Probably needs a clean. Okay, quick service of the Pokemon game. IPA. There we go. 7th time lucky. Screenshot. There we go. Oh, keep getting the screenshot with part of my face in. There we go. I've got to wait now because I've got my mouse on the screenshot capture thing. Oh yeah, no problem. You've paid for it, so we get it done. Oh, there we go. Let's wait for the screenshot. I kind of want to screenshot this bit. I thought the Pokemon flew over there. Oh, I missed him. There we go. Screenshot. That's it. Right then. That's going on the wiki. Yeah, I'm going to start doing this on the wiki. Pretty much doing it. Oh, wait there. Or your ribbon is torn to the screen. And then can we put that in a call out? Oh, why is my thing not working? I thought my wiki had the / thing. What if I broke? Where's my call out thing? Oh, of course I broke loads of code on this. Now even my hover thing doesn't show. Info? There we go. Oh, your ribbon is broke. Warning. Oh. There we go. Foreshadowing. And I could maybe put a screenshot of that repair at some point somewhere if I play back this video. So that's what I'm going to do basically for the wiki. As I do the guides, I'm going to kind of save, go live, save. So now everybody can see that. Otherwise, I never get a chance to go back and do these. That's kind of what ends up happening. I'd take all these photos and then never write wiki guides, so we'll just do them on the streams. So yeah, that's it guys. I'm going to chill. That was a long day. Plus you guys get to see how it's made as well. Like, you know, you've been there when we've constructed the wiki pages and stuff. So that's a clean desk. Yeesh. Get out of the way. So I will... I'll probably be back on tomorrow because I've got to do everything I thought I was going to get done today. So we'll probably do... that's what I was about to look at actually. What's up next? Like what's got to be done. clean as it gets at the minute. That on there. Oh yeah, I'll send a picture of Rusty on Elite members when I'm back in there. Well, let me take a quick look on the order system. What's up for tomorrow? Work, consoles. Oh, there's so many. We've got a Game Gear Prestige, a Dreamcast Prestige, a PlayStation 1 Prestige, an SP Prestige, that is definitely Zach, a GBC Prestige, a Saturn Prestige. Wow, they're all like attention urgent. Then we've got an Amiga 500 I need to work on. It's 41 days old. And then, to be honest, most of the rest Zach can tackle. So I will most likely be on an Amiga. If not, you'll see me on Game Gears and Game Boys. Wicked. So that will be tomorrow's stream, basically. Yeah, so thanks everybody. I will catch you tomorrow. Wow, that's a 4-hour stream as well. Jeez. And I earned 8 cents on TikTok. Woohoo! That was worth it. No, TikTok's it bans you and then unbans you as you're going, like limits the views and then stops anybody ever seeing that stream, but then you're left with like 3 people in for 4 hours. It's stupid.